Hello, beautiful people. I'm beautiful? No. You gotta read between the lines, okay? The reason I say hello, beautiful people, is because I'm flirting with the people in chat that are beautiful. Okay? I'm not calling everyone beautiful. If you have to ask yourself, is he calling me beautiful? It's because you're an ugly. You're one of the uglies. Hi, chat. It's not even made by you, you stole it from someone. I didn't steal it, okay? I took inspiration. Okay? I gave it a new home. Where do you get it from? You don't know the fucking Zajef deep lore? So, there's a League of Legends content creator called Elite 500 who only plays Vladimir, basically. And when he has sponsored segments in his videos, he always opens them with "Hello, wonderful people." And every time he does that, I don't really watch him anymore because I barely watch League content now. But back when I did, every time he does that, it makes me feel warm and fuzzy. And so when I started streaming, I was like, "Yo, I should do that too." You won't rage bait me by shit talking Flins. Alright, Animosity7 dot. No, that's not a dot, that's just a fucking whatever. Alright, Animosity7. I'll remember your name, alright? And chat, you guys should remember the name as well, okay? And if they get rage baited by Flynn's shit talk, they're gonna take a ban, okay? The leaguers confirmed you were right. The set doesn't stack. I knew it! Is Llama EMEM crit? Probably. Also, I'm pretty sure the shit they made was wrong. So there's a few new things to talk about, okay? I'm fairly certain this is just outright wrong. The 2.8 coefficient, I'm pretty sure is just wrong. Because the footage we've seen of Llama so far, her hold E does not hit for enough damage that it would seem to indicate a 2.8 coefficient. Wasn't it hitting for 300k in the showcase? Yeah, that's what it, more or less what it should hit on Sig Llama without, like, if there's no coefficient, if this is just times 1. Is C0 Nahida cooked? Yeah. Kinda. Why? Because pretty much the only teams where you're gonna want double Dendro with Loma are gonna be teams where you're better off using Baiju, because using a Hydro Healer will be too rough. Jerome, we got a level 1 weapon? No, it's a level 90 Favonia's Greatsword. Liquor did a Shogun with Shilon and Freda instead of Sugros and another Hydro. I mean, it doesn't matter that much, honestly. Okay, chat, here's the thing, okay? By the way, alright, I've seen some footage, okay, for Flynn's stuff. Alright? You know how we didn't know how exactly the, like, individual damage numbers would work? Right? Like, we didn't know if it would be... Right, if it would be, like, 3 hits of this and then another 2 hits of this, or 3 hits of this and then 2 hits of this, or 3 hits of this and then 2 hits of this. So it seems as though it's 3 hits of this and then 2 hits of this, but the 2 hits of this don't hit the same spot. One of them hits the left, one of them hits the right. And I don't know if it's even possible to hit an enemy with both of them. So it's actually 1 hit of this. Also, it seems like the AoE is so small that it can just miss. So yeah, Flynn's big burst is 100% utterly dog shit and completely worthless. Just like Verissa. Which, by the way, alright, is the only shit part of Verissa's kit design. And they copied it for Flynn's. Of course they did. Is Llama another Navidad buff? Yeah. Yeah, Llama's a... Llama is a... well, yeah. Not just a Navidad buff, but she is a Navidad buff, yeah. Oh. Is it just me, or was that, like, much faster than usual? Like, that E there was fast as fuck. Was that hitbox bullshit? Or am I discovering some new Verissa tech? It might be hitbox bullshit. I'm pretty sure it was just hitbox bullshit. Damn. Can we even say Navidad buff when he gets outdamaged by Raiden? I don't think Raiden is the optimal last slot in that team anymore, by the way. I'm fairly sure Navidad's best team is gonna be Navidad, Farina, Llama, Inefa. Not Llama Nilo. What would be the point of Llama Nilo? Right, you'll get blooms instead of hyperblooms, but you get the same amount. Actually, you get less. Right, because you have your only Dendro app is Llama. So it's always gonna be forward reaction bloom. Which means that you'll just get a total of 8 blooms per rotation. That's it. If you do Hyperbloom instead, you get double that. And Hyperbloom damage is higher. Yeah, also chat, LUNAR-BLOOM is fake. Like, outright, LUNAR-BLOOM is not actually a reaction you can trigger. Like, when you trigger the LUNAR-BLOOM reaction, it creates the exact same Dendro core as when you trigger Bloom. Alright? Like, LUNAR-BLOOM is not a transformative reaction that does something. I think it's fake, I think it's unfinished. I mean, maybe it's just unfinished. Maybe, but at least in the current beta version, it doesn't do anything. Does it just exist for the sake of the artifact set? It's only a talent thing, right? Llama's hold E does LUNAR-BLOOM damage, and that LUNAR-BLOOM damage gets increased in certain ways. But LUNAR-BLOOM itself does not do damage. Do the LUNAR-BLOOM stacks show up visually? I think they do, somewhere in the UI, but I'm not sure. Anyways, chat, the fact that you need 2 Nograi characters, not 3, for the set, is a massive deal for Flynn's, for people that don't like Inefa. Right? If you needed 3, it would have made it so that Flynn's best teams without Inefa were like half the DPS of his best teams with Inefa. It's not gonna be that bad. It'll be bad, but it won't be that bad. Anyway. What would be Flynn's best team? I'm not sure what's the best Hydro slot. C6 I know probably is still better than the other Hydros. But if you don't end up with C6, I know it's probably worse than Yelan. But then again, with Ino you can do 16-second rotations. With Yelan you can't. So maybe Yelan is still better. Or maybe you just do like Mona. C1 Mona. That's probably better. Didn't see one broken. It's just the freeze effect that doesn't work. All the other reaction effects work. Alright, so the 15% lunar charge damage does work. Because, like, there's no good Hydro slot here, right? Anyways, let's start with some Flynn stuff. So, base, attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack, EM,
You have a special place
LC percent, EM multiplier. I'm gonna add a line for LC percent instead of having to go inside the EM multiplier formula every time to change it. What is LC percent? Just direct lunar charge damage bonus. So the 20% from Flynn's kit, the 10% from each artifact set. Okay, damage percent. Crit value, crit multiplier. E attack. E attack, LC. E attack Q. LC damage. Flynn's best artifact stats are EM attack, crit, right? You probably go attack, not EM attack, but you are looking for all three of those stats, yeah. How is C0 to 5 Ino worse than Hydro MC? Isn't she just 4-star Ayato? What the fuck do you mean by that? 4-star Ayato. You do realize Ayato has, like, Hydro normal attacks, right? Ino doesn't have that. She's off-field Hydro? Yeah, she has off-field Hydro up once every 2.1 seconds. The reason it's 2.1, it's 3 hit on something that hits every 0.7 seconds. Anyways, motion value, attack, motion value, LC, number of LC, damage, Electro, damage Q, damage LC, damage DPS. Okay, so we have Flynn's, Inefa, Sucrose, I know. So, Flynn's base attack, 352. And what weapon should we look at? I guess we look at the new craftable. So, 510. Um... 48. Alright. Attack percent, 41.3. 46.6 times 2. What else? %20 from substats. Do we go TOM in EFA? Probably. 20% from TOM. %24 from half uptime TTDS, because our rotations are shorter than 20 seconds. Why not Gilded on Inefa? Because Flynn's is doing enough damage that 20% attack on him is probably better. I can check Gilded as well later. I don't mind. Why not the new set on Inefa? I mean, you can use the new set on Inefa, but you can also use it on Ino. Right? Like, you can do new set Inefa Noblesse Ino, or TOM Inefa new set Ino. But TOM is... I'd rather have the TOM effect than the Noblesse effect. Instructor, maybe? Yeah, we could also consider new set Inefa Instructor, I know. Maybe that's better. Because I know's damage is bad. You're probably right. I'm down. Is Instructor uptime good enough? It'll have about 6 seconds of uptime. I guess you don't get it on your second mini burst, huh? I mean, you can probably get it on the second mini burst if you do your swaps quickly, but yeah, maybe not. Yeah, fuck it, let's just stick to TOM. You swap out of Flynn's without losing his infusion? I don't think you can. Alright. EM. And now, boy, we have a lot of external EM buffs, so let's take a look. So, we have 60 from Ino. We have 6% of Inefa's total attack. We have 60 EM was removed. Oh, was it? Wait, what the fuck is the point of this character then? What? Does she do anything now? mean, it's still on here. Only in CN so far. I'm gonna assume it's still there for now. I don't want her to be completely worthless, okay? I just don't. Llama's so cooked on release. That's so not true, by the way. Bro, Llama's a significant buff to Hyperbloom teams. Right, just, on top of the... Why are you saying Klugi as if she's not kinda broken? What team? Llama, Ino, Singso, right? And why the fuck would you play Ino? Get that dogshit trash character out of my goddamn teams. You just play current Hyperbloom with Llama instead of Nahida. You're getting baited by the fucking, like, Moongleam effect. Alright? They don't matter. You don't need Ascendant. You don't need the Ascendant effect in Llama teams. Isn't Llama's Dendrop not good? I mean, she applies Dendro once every 2 seconds, but she's also a catalyst. That's application that's fairly similar to Nahida. It's 1U, not 1.5U, unlike Nahida, but still. She's also increasing your Hyperbloom damage by like 50% through the 25 shred, the 15% crit, and the additional flat damage on Hyperbloom. Anyways, we have 160 from Flynn's own kit. We have 180-ish from Sucrose. Is that it? It is, right? It's not. We have 120 from the set from the team and 80 from his own set. So. Alright, lunar charge damage is... We have 20 from his passive, 20 from his set and the non-card support set, 48 from the craftable weapon, and 35 from Ino C6. Yeah, multiplier 1.14 times 6 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1 plus lunar charge damage bonus. Fucking hell. Isn't there another 20 lunar charge damage from the support set? I don't think that's how it works. I'm pretty sure this isn't the set directly giving you 10% per Moongleam effect. This is describing that each Moonglare effect gives you 10%. So this set gives you 10% and then this set gives you 10%. You don't get 20 from each set. It could be 20 from each set though. But I don't think that's how it's gonna be. Maybe cope a bit, give item a car aquamarine. I don't know about that. And yeah, I forgot the ineffable passive, sorry. Alright. Damage percent. Do we have any? No. Well, so here goes C6. Maybe. Yeah, no, that's fake as fuck. Okay, whatever. Crit value. Crit ascension. Main stat. 20 substats. Effect or set bonus. Is that it? Does Slins get any other CV from other sources? Just SIG, yeah, so no. Yeah, okay. Effective attack is total attack times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. Effective attack Q is total attack times EM multiplier times crit multiplier. Lunar charge proc is 2604 times EM multiplier times crit multiplier. You're right, I forgot to give Flynn's substats of EM. Motion value attack. Two times 99, 100, 123.8, 70.9 times 2, 170, 303.3, yeah. Maybe we get 3 of them. It's not like it fucking changes anything though. Motion value lunar charge. 2 times 132.5 plus 198.8. Times 3. Was that equation multiplied by 3? Yeah, I'm assuming 3 attack strings. Number of lunar charges, it's a 16-second rotation, so 8. And Flynn's is definitely getting main ownership. Damage electro. Effective attack multiplied by motion value attack, multiplied by defense multiplier, multiplied by res multiplier. This does not get defense multiplied. And this... Actually, he probably only contributes to 7, now that I think about it. Or 6, actually. Because he doesn't have full uptime, right? So he contributes to 6 of them. Yeah. Why are you like this? Okay. Dude, honestly, I'm kind of pissed off by the fact that, like, Flynn's numbers aren't even that good. It's just that Lunartard is getting so much fucking support. With, like... Yeah. That he ends up with an insane effective attack stat. Like, yeah. He just ends up with so many fucking stats. But, like, his motion value, I think, is less than Inefa. No, it's similar, right? Because it's 65 times 3 times 8. Yeah. But, like, it's almost the same amount. But he does, like, 3 times the damage because he just ends up being the recipient for so many more buffs. Anyways. Is that not just called a DPS? I mean, not every DPS works like that. You look at his damage, if Lunartard's direct damage behaved like ult damage, I mean, if you want, sure. He'd do about a third. Anyways. Probably look at Kitane. Attack percent. Double attack. 20%, 20%. That's it. Y'all. 350. Right? Okay, so we still get the team 120. We still get the Sucrose 180. We still get the substats 80. Sucrose won't be full uptime though. We get 6% of her attack. And we get 110 from Kitane. Oh. Does I know C6 only apply to active character? Nearby active characters. Yeah, it does. So, we don't have the 20% from Flynn's passive. We don't have this. We don't have this. We don't have this. Motion value attack. $146.9 plus 163.2 times 8 plus 1150.6. Inefa ends up getting ownership for the remaining 2. And then... Yeah. These things are a little bit different because there's a little bit less than full uptime on these things. Yep. I know. 242 plus... What weapon do we give her? Are we going 5? I guess for now we can take a look at a damage weapon just to see how pathetic she is. But in practice you probably go 5. Alright, so that's 240. Or maybe you go for this one instead. 285 EM, sure. Attack percent. Flat attack. Total attack. EM. 96 from Ascension. Right? Yeah. 285 from weapon. 120 from EM sharing. 180 from Sucrose. 187 times 2 from the main stats. $80 from substats. $80 from the 2-piece. The 2-piece is 20 ER. It's not 80 EM. Lunar charge damage, 20% from the sets. And multiplier damage percent, crit value. You get 80 EM from her C1. Yeah. Crit multiplier, effective attack, effective EM, lunar charge proc. Yeah, I guess. Two divided by 2 plus 6 divided by 12 here. Motion value attack 131.2, 377.6, 40.2 times 20. This is 50 times 20 plus 300. There's also 900 flat damage, but I'm just not gonna fucking include it because I can't be bothered. Number of lunar charges is gonna be 2 plus 6 divided by 2. Her attack scaling damage. Yep. EM scaling damage. Yep. Lunar charge damage. Yup. Total damage. Total DPS. And the only reason why she has total DPS is because of the lunar charge ownership. Without lunar charge ownership... Wait. Without lunar charge ownership, instead of 9k, she's at 2k. Inefa EM shared. I know it doesn't work like that. Inefa isn't team-wide. It's to herself and to the active character. It won't work on I know. Alright, finally we have Sucrose. Characters. Sucrose, space attack, 170 plus 401. Attack percent, 20% plus 20%. EM. We have... How much EM do we have? 187 times 3. About 140 from subs. But there's more, right? Her ascension. Good one, buddy. Okay, what else? So we get the 120 from Inefa, or from the set sharing, but I think that's it, right? The rest of the EM buffs don't apply to her. Yeah. Okay. For now, we're gonna simplify things and assume she doesn't get any lunar charge ownership. Because she only gets lunar charge ownership in AoE or when she bursts, and it's kind of cringe as hell. So, whatever. We're also gonna change this 180 to 50. Plus 20% of D6 Sucrose EM. Same for this. But it's not full uptime. Same for this. Yep. Lunar charge percent, we won't actually have. Instead, we'll have the Swirl EM multiplier. So 16 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1.6. Damage percent, we've got 24 animal damage, bet. Crit value. Crit multiplier. Effective attack. Swirl proc is 868 times EM multiplier. Motion value attack. I guess I could have the absorption damage as well. God, this is so cooked. 422 times. You could just get one per rotation. And then you get burst every other rotation. 296 times 2. Absorbed motion value. 88 times 2. Number of swirls. Well, E is 1. Burst is 2 average. So 3. You probably do 1 normal for swap cooldown. So 4 per rotation. 8 in AoE. $113K here with C6 I know. Without C6 I know, $107K. It'll be technically a little bit less than that, but still. That's why you don't include his big burst, because it's complete dog shit. That's why we don't include it. Right, look at the numbers on the big burst, and it's technically, potentially, right, up to 44.2% times 3 plus 220 times 2, right? That's 120 plus 440. That's about 560. But I haven't seen footage of both of these hits actually hitting an enemy yet. So with only one of the hits hitting an enemy, that's not 560, that's 340. 340 is as much as this, but it costs 70 energy instead of 30. By default, with just the ER from substats, he basically breaks even on energy with 2 mini bursts. Which means you'll need to build over 100% ER if you want to add a big burst on top of that. And you basically just get the equivalent of 1 more mini burst at the cost of having to build over 100% ER. It is not worth it. What about the refund from SIG? It's not enough. Maybe at our 5 SIG it's enough, but man. Like, fuck, dude. To be fair though, I fully expect them to actually change it so that at the very least, both of them hit. At the very least. Can you try Bennett instead of Inefa? We'll look at all the like replacement options here in a second, yeah. Is it a 20-second rotation? No, this is a 16-second rotation. This is with craftable. My CALCS I was getting that Staff of Scarlet Sands was better than his SIG. Are you considering the fact that Staff of Scarlet Sands does not buff his attack from the EM gained from his passive, from Inefa's passive, or from Sucrose's passive? Because all of those would be recursive effects. So they don't work. Doesn't get buffed from Inefa? Yeah, anything that buffs one stat based off of percentage of another stat. If the stat that gets buffed is then the source of a buff, it will not include the buff it got, right? So if you buff a character's EM with Sucrose, and that character has a buff based on their EM, it will be looking at their EM without the sucrose buff. Well, technically, you get the 50 EM from sucrose, that buff counts. But the, like, 20% of sucrose's EM one does not. The 6% of Inefa's attack one doesn't count. The up to 160 EM from Flynn's doesn't count. If it did count, yeah, South Scarlet Sands would be insane on Flynn's, but it doesn't. And someone explained to me what to do with Flynn's when he's on field. You EEQ, then you fucking... I don't know, man. You hang out with the enemies and you jerk off together for 6 seconds while waiting for your next E cooldown. And then you do it again. And then you swap out. He is a really boring kid, okay? Like, in 6 seconds, you just fucking wait. Like, you do normal attacks, but it doesn't matter what normal attacks you do. It doesn't matter if you get fucking crowd control for 6 seconds. It doesn't matter. He just aura forms, yeah, pretty much. He only lasts 6 seconds, true. What about Loma with Flynn's instead of sucrose? I wouldn't recommend it. The buffs you get from sucrose are just way too fucking big. Also, let me check something real quick. We could do new catalyst because it's a fuck ton of EM, man. 405 EM. Instead of TTDS. It's not quite as much, but it's almost as much. Yeah, because TTDS is half uptime. Would be better in practice? No. Because I was already assuming the half uptime. The rotation that has TTDS will be a lot better. Can you try Wandering Even Star? Sure. Okay, it's 165, right? Do we look at R1 or R5? Let's look at R5, fuck it. 48% of EM. Times 30%. It's better. No. Yes, it's better. Because Flynn's damage is a tiny little bit worse, but Inefa damage is better. So it actually turns out a little bit better. What about R1? Probably a little bit worse. A little bit worse. But it's about as much. It breaks even at R2, I think. How good will Makara Aquamarine be on Ino? It's pretty decent. We can look at R5. A little bit over 5k more team DPS. Pretty nice. Did you check I know ER requirements? No. Because her stats don't really matter. So if you have to build more ER, you have to build more ER, and who the fuck cares? This shit is so funny. Wait, what's going on? Lend me some EM, Inefa. This is C0 right of the hyper carry we're up against. Oh, man. I mean, yeah, let's take a look at something like slots other than Inefa. First would be, what would be the best electoral slot here? Would Auron be the best just because of his fucking C6? Sarah? Sarah can only buff the first E, though. But maybe that's enough to make her better. Maybe if the enemies are big enough and they can get hit from the last hits of these, you can extend your buff duration just enough to get it on the second one as well. No, but that also means you can't fucking swap from Sucrose to Flynn's. Yeah, no shot. This is fake as fuck. This doesn't work. Is it just the Ansan? Is it just no Nice the Ansan? Yeah, it is, actually. Fuck it, Al, dude. It is Yansan. Oh boy. Alright, so first things first, we remove the EM buff from Inefa. Second things second, we remove the lunar charge bonus from Inefa. And yeah, this is gonna be Noblesse Yansan. $257. We don't actually have full lunar charge uptime anymore. So we lose a 1 proc. He's on 5. Attack percent 24, 20, 46.6 times 2. 30 from subs. Why not Cinder City? Because damage percent doesn't do anything for Flynn's. Times 2, not 3. I'm assuming crit circlet, but I guess you kind of can't do crit circlet here, huh? Because that's not enough attack. No, there's 20% from subs and 20% from... No, I already include the subs. 20% from noblesse. Yeah, we gotta go fucking triple attack mindset. But, alright. EM. So, about 40 from worthless subs. 120 from the set. 50 from sucrose. 180... No. 20% of D6 from sucrose. Lunar charge damage, 20%. EM multiplier. Damage percent. Also 0. Crit value. Pretty much nothing. Effective attack. That's for the burst. This is for the skill. Lunar charge proc. Basically nothing. Motion value attack for the first one is 860.6. This one, 572.8. Damage electro. Yep. Yep. Yup. 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 And now we add the buff, the flens. So we have 30% attack. And we have... Wait, you're forced into 18-second rotations, I forgot. Oh shit, that's so ass, isn't it? 25 damage to flens from C60 on Sun? No. This is not a Night Soul positive team. You're probably... I mean, you're gonna be full Night Soul for the first one. For the second one, you're probably at like... 30, maybe? I guess? Since his normal attacks suck, you can just dash spam to maintain full Night Soul. So I guess you can stay more or less Night Soul neutral. That's... okay, yeah, that's the play for sure. Can't wait for the sprint gameplay. Amazing. Yeah. And that's probably it. But... it's not divided by 18, so we're cooked as fuck. Okay. Percentage of premium. %77. Very cool. Let's try Auroron. So. Auroron probably goes Noblesse too, right? Why is damage percent useless on him? Because the large majority of his damage comes from the lunar charge damage, which does not benefit from damage percent. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you want Noblesse over Cinder City. So, what weapon do we go? Just an EM stat stick. Fine. I don't think you want an EM stat stick though. I think you want to build or run full damage. Eh. I guess we just go stringless. Attack percent 24, 46.6. That's it. 20 from subs, 20 from Noblesse. Why is Sucrose so good for Flints? VV is good, EM is great, and TTPS is good. You look at the other shred options, nothing gives anything even close to what Sucrose gives. Right? Kelowna gives less shred and damage percent, which Flints doesn't care about. He doesn't have the attack or the EM that Sucrose gives. Kazuha, same thing, right? He has the same amount of shred, but he gives damage percent. That's not what you want. Even without C6? Sucrose's C6 gives damage percent, which, again, is a stat you don't give a fuck about. C2 Kazuha? C2 Kazuha is probably still worse than Sucrose because it's a similar amount of EM, but it's a much longer animation. Lynette? Lynette will be better than, like, fucking Chilonen, but still a lot worse than Sucrose. No sustain? Yeah, a team like this doesn't have sustain, which is kind of cooked. But it is what it is. Unironically, it's probably a Xianyun angle, just so you can get VV and TTDS. Without the plunges. I mean, you can plunge if you want, but it's not like it does anything. Oh yeah, I guess Lanyan would just outright be better, that's true. Oh yeah, he can't plunge, I forgot. That's true, that's true. Yeah, right. Cool. So anyways, 120 from Ino's set, 165 from Stringless, 50, 20% of Sucrose's EM, 80 from Substats, should be it. Lunar charge damage is only going to be 20% from the sets. Damage percent, 20% from Noblesse. Plus maybe 24 average from this. Sure. Is this damage percent? I forgot. C1 is damage percent, right? Pretty sure. Crit value is the same as I know. Crit multiplier, effective attack. Then he'll have effective attack for burst. Lunar charge proc. Motion value attack. Alright. So motion value from the passive is 160. And he gets 8 of them. Right? Probably more like 7. 160 times 7. After triggering a 4, when you use... Also, this won't be actually 30%. It'll be like 25% average, realistically. An additional 2 procs, so 9. Yup. And then burst and skill motion value. How many times does this burst hit again? Makes her... I hadn't forgotten to remove it. It's just that Auron's C6 gives about as much attack as Yonsan's C2. I had intentionally not removed it, but I changed it to 25-ish. I gotta double check how many times this burst hits. Is your Auron greater than C4? Yeah, my Auron is C6. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13. 13 times 66.4 plus 348.8 plus 395.2. Number of lunar charges. This goes back up to 2. 6 divided by 2. This is 2 divided by 2. 6 divided by 12. That's so pathetic. Jesus Christ. Auron is worse. Fuck, that's goddamn pathetic. Is it really that bad? God! It can't be that bad, right? I didn't give him an Electro Goblet. Okay. I had forgotten the goblet, but still. This is not very good. It is worse than Yonsan. So, C6, I know. C6, Yonsan. C6, Auron. Naming sheets, I know, right? Why does Auron do no damage, bro? I don't know. Ask Koyo, man. Oh, actually, no. He should be doing a little bit more than that. I'm not gonna give him stringless. I also had forgotten the stringless damage percent, but it's so bad on him. We're gonna give him something else. Do we assume Harp as a stat stick? I kinda want to. Can I? Can I just assume Harp? Everyone has Harp, right? Okay. I'll be honest. We'll do Viridescent Hunt. Alright. Alright, who's next? Let's look at Sarah, I guess. Rotations are gonna be scuffed as hell, by the way, for this. Because you gotta do, like... You can't do TTDS anymore, because you don't have off-field Electro app. So in order to swirl Electro, you have to do it from Sarah. But then you have to go back to Sarah, otherwise you won't be able to give the Sarah buff to Flynn's. So first thing we gotta change is Sucrose Weapon, not TTDS anymore. Let's remove the TTDS and add the 405 from the new craftable, or new event weapon, I mean. Not that big of a difference though, so it's fine. Then we remove this. And we change this. Okay. So this is gonna be Sarah with half uptime on the buff. It's probably still better than Auron if we're being completely honest. Wait! Do you guys think Sarah's C6 applies to lunar charge damage? Wait, chat, I need a tester. I need a tester. I don't have Sarah's C6. Does this apply to lunar charge damage? Why wouldn't it? Electro damage percent doesn't apply to lunar charge damage. Think Comemos tested it and it works? Okay. It does? Okay. Okay. That's good. In that case, for now, let's assume that it does. Sarah, weapon, let's assume, do we just assume Sack? Because that's what people play, really. Or do we assume Harp? Do we assume you have Harp? Fuck it. What? We're currently doing calcs that show how good Inefa is with Flynn, so how the fuck do you get to that conclusion? What? And also, we're using the new artifacts on 2 characters on this team. How do you get to that conclusion? I'm confused. Anyways, attack percent, 46.6 from Sans. 20 from substats, 24 from Ascension, 20... Oh fuck, what artifact do you go? This is skill damage, right? Noblesse, but you don't burst every rotation. You burst every other rotation. So I think you go TOM. No, you don't go TOM. You go Instructor, right? It's an Instructor Sarah angle. It's an Instructor Sarah angle. It is. It is an Instructor Sarah angle. Dude. Oh, man. Oh, man. Fucking hell. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't remember by heart the main stat values for 4-star artifacts. So 34.8. Oops. ER requirements, but you don't burst every rotation, so it doesn't matter. The burst is optional. Okay, so we lose Noblesse. Fucking calice this tabarnak. Sorry. A feather. Is 232. EM 120 from the buff. 50. 20% of Sucrose's EM. Let's say 40 from subs. 80 from Instructor 2-piece. 120 from Instructor team buff. We also get 120 from Instructor team buff on... No, we don't get it on Sucrose. We do get it on Ino. Actually, no, we do get it on Sucrose as well. And we get it here. Damage percent. We get 34.8 from the 4-star goblet. Crit value as substat is 2.65 times, let's say 12 plus 62.2 plus 60 plus 22.1 times 2 plus 20. Effective attack 4K. Still don't understand why Sarah doesn't just use the 5-star non-cry support set and give Ino Instructor. Because Ino actively wants to be built with full EM, which means that her contribution to lunar charge damage will actually be relevant. And also she has all field app. And so you'd rather have Ino on a 5-star set for the stats over Sarah. Because you just gain more damage from Ino on a 5-star set than you do from Sarah on a 5-star set. Motion value attack. Do you even burst? Or is the burst a DPS loss? I think the burst might be a DPS loss. $251.5 times 1.3. So her personal DPS is 800, but We have half uptime on her attack buff, which is 86% of base attack divided by 2. And we have half uptime on the crit buff, which is 60% divided by 2. 72%. So it's basically the same as Auron. There is a possibility that you can potentially, maybe, perhaps, get the second mini burst before Sarah Burst expires. Or before Sarah Buff expires. Right? Because Sarah Buff doesn't start the 6-second cooldown when you charge attack, it starts when it explodes. And if you have 0 ping and you do your like, you frame perfect swap to Flynn's, use E, use burst, it might be doable. Right? And if you do that, Sarah's better than Yeon-san. Or, if somehow you can swap out of Flynn's in the middle of his E to go refresh Sarah buff, Sarah's better than Yeon-san. But otherwise, she's on the same level as Auron. And I think this is what's going to actually happen. Official. Sure. What did I call it? C6 I know, by the way. Any knowers? This is clearly Inefa. All these teams have I know. Are we always mini bursting on Flynn's? Yes. Is it true you need a sustain or you die? I mean, if you take damage and you don't heal or shield the damage, and you keep doing that, yes, you die. That is indeed how damage works. Could you do Yolanda and Inefa team? We'll do that later. But the thing is, it's gonna be very similar. I know isn't very good. The only thing that makes her somewhat viable is that her C6 is good. But that's all she does, basically. Overload, cope, Flynn's with C6 Chevy. That'll be worse than Kutei. You gotta realize, alright? If you don't have a Hydro character, you lose this hit. He does less than half the damage. Anyways, C6 official. Is that the last one I want to look at? I kind of want to look at Beto as well. Beto Shred is probably, like, decent. But, eh. We could also look at TDD SEI. Or, Wandering Even Star EI. That should be alright, too. Lisa, Death Shred is bad for him, so no. What weapon do we look at for Fischl? Let's just look at, Vertisan on for now. 46.6, 24, 20 from subs. Is this a Golden Troop angle or a TOM angle? Ooh, I don't know. I don't know, chat. And if we go Golden Troop, do we go attack Goblet? For now, let's look at TOM first. EM 120. 20% of sucrose. 50. About 80 from subs. Is that it? We don't have Instructor anymore. But instead we have the TOM back. Where's 50 EM coming from? Sucrose. Sucrose has 2 EM sharing passives. 50 flat and 20% of her total EM. Yeah, that's it. Lunar charge damage is going to be 20%. Damage percent, 70. 40. No, we didn't do Golden Troop. So 46.6, that's it. Oh yeah, Beto probably fucks the cooldowns too much, that's true. Crit. 27.6 times 2. Top. E attack. Motion value attack. $178 times 12. Yeah, we don't get full uptime Oz. So 178 times 12 plus 231. 431 divided by 2 plus 416 plus 222 divided by 2 plus... I wonder if direct lunar charge damage counts for Fischl's Ascension 4 passive. Doesn't really matter that much though. It'll be like 8 procs. And then about 12 procs of the C6. Not great. If we go Golden Troop. it's worse. Yeah. Hooked. What about Bennett? That's where the problems come in. We can look at Bennett. Visual Wars and Auron? I mean, yeah, because Auron gives you attack from the C6. Visual's cons don't actually help in these teams. Because the personal damage Visual does is basically nothing. Like, unironically, you're probably better off playing Electro MC. But I'm not calcing Electro MC because I can't be fucking bothered. Also, I'm pretty sure that if you'd use Yai, optimal rotation does not use 3 E's because you're better off just using 1 E and swapping out. I'm pretty sure, like 1 E for TOM uptime is probably worth doing, but then the 2 more E's is probably a DPS loss. I don't know, man. This is gonna be Bennett. Alright, man. Bennett kind of makes things awkward as fuck because of energy. Okay? With Bennett, your ER requirements go from, so, same element, different element, clear, caught, non-caught. Right, so with Inefa on the team, you end up with 2/3 of 8, right? So about 5 particles from Inefa. Let's say Flynn's catches 3, and then his own particle generation is on HumDG Cat. It's up to like 5, basically. So 5 plus 3, 2. And then you have Electro Resonance, plus 2, plus 1. Different element, you have Sucrose, so 1 E average per rotation here. But you battery it into Flynn's. And you have Ino, which is 3. Clear particles, if you don't use any favs, 2, 0. Energy, cost, refund, ER. Alright, your requirements are at around 130 here. If you use Fav on Ino, around 120. 120 is pretty achievable through substats alone, without having to actually, like, change your stats very much. How does Inefa catch it? Inefa's not catching 10. This is Flynn's ER with Inefa as your, as your second slot, right? As your Electro slot. Right? If you change Inefa to a different Electro character, say Eon San, ER requirements stay very, very similar, right? With Eon San, you get a little bit less from your Electro, right? Instead of 5, or instead of 3 from, or 3 caught and 2 non-caught, you have 4 non-caught, but you get an additional Fav proc. So the ER requirements stay fairly similar. And then you have Bennett. you lose the electro from, like, particles from your second electro. You lose the electro particles from electro resonance. You don't have that fav proc, and you get 2 particles from Bennett. ER requirements are at 200 now with Bennett. On top of that, good fucking luck swirling electro in this team. Still okay. Well, our ER requirements are around 70% higher, and we don't have Electro app to swirl Electro, so we can't use Sucrose either anymore. I guess you use Shilonen instead. Right? If you use Shilonen instead of this, you have this and then another fav, around 190. That's like sands, basically. So you lose 1 sands worth, and you lose the Sucrose stuff. Instead of Sucrose, you'll have Shilonen. I'm just gonna override the damage, honestly. About 1k DPS from Shilonen. I'm not calcing Shilonen DPS in this team. I cannot be fucking bothered. We lose the TTDS. I didn't have TTDS here. I had changed it for... Yeah, okay. I guess I need to put it back for this one, right? Because this was 68. Yeah, okay. We lose the EM, we lose that. We also have 1.13 instead of 1.15. But it's full uptime. At least. Okay. Bennett, we can also override DPS. Base attack, 191 plus 565. 350 plus 139% of this. And we lose a main stat. We need ER sense. And yeah, I think that's it. Right? Which tweet? Are you talking about this one? I bet. Yeah, that's sus. That sounds like what you'd get if you're assuming that the big burst is actually not... Like, it works like it should. Wait, actually, this... When is this from? Was this before we had the confirmed leaks of the stat not stacking? Because that's basically what I'd get if you assume 45 crit and 180 EM. I went into a random YouTube video and someone said rumors are he might be standard. So no, people took it seriously. Uncle Zajef. C2 is not triple the DPS. I mean, they say double, not triple. But C1 being 50% upgrade makes sense. Because you get 3 skills instead of 2. It's not going to be 50% team DPS, but it'll be about 50% personal DPS. And then C2... That shouldn't be as much as he was saying, I don't think. But like, we can take a look, right? Lynn's C1. Oh. Yeah. I don't know. Anyways, so we just get 3 of these instead. That's pretty much the only difference. His personal damage goes from 77k to 104k, which is almost 50%. Team DPS goes up by around 30k. Which is like not 50%. 25%. Then C2. %. No. We just add a 50 in here. And we change the res multiplier. We gain 12.5, so this goes 275. Yeah. Remove chat from there. This is where chat should be when I do Excel stuff, because usually my sheets are on the left, not on the right. Yeah. You can also look at Flynn's C1R1. Flynn's C1R1. 674. Not an attack weapon. Instead of 48, it's 36. And plus 22.1 times 2 plus 28. Here. C101 is basically the same as C2. What about C0? R1? R1's a little bit worse than C1. It's about as good as with the gain from C2. Look at C3 as well. So this would be C3. C3. C3 is burst, right? Yeah, it is. So this goes to 155.9. 155.9. 233.9. Yep. Then C2R1. Yeah, you guys can't fucking see shit, right? Let's also look at Inefa C1. It is just 50% lunar charge damage. Plus 50%. Plus 50%. Plus 50%. Not as good as getting Flynn's R1. You can also look at Inefa C0 R1. Instead of 50, it's 40, but we also get different stats on Inefa. $608. 24% attack. No EM. Crit. And probably ER sands. It's basically the same as C1. Better than getting Flynn's at C3, but it's worse than getting Flynn's R1. What weapon did we assume? For now, I'm doing CALCS with Ketane. You could also do Fav, though. So does C1 make it so you can use big Q? No. It actually makes the big Q worse. Alright, C1 gives you energy, sure. Which in practice is 14 energy. But it also lets you do one more mini burst. So it actually increases his ER requirements. A little bit. Not by much, but a little bit. Does he use Big Burst? No. Big Burst is worthless. You need more ER with C1? Yeah, because you get 14 more energy. Wait, no, it's 21 more energy, right? Yeah, you get 21 more energy. But you also get one more mini burst, which costs 30. So it increases the amount of total energy you need by 9. LUNAR-BLOOM formula is out. Did you check it? Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it's wrong. Because if the formula that's on HomDGCal was real, Llama's Holy and Showcases would be hitting for 900k, not 300k. This 2.8 is fake as fuck. Anyone energy times ER? No. Flat energy generation never gets affected by energy recharge. Unless specifically mentioned that it does. Like on Electro MC's kit. And I guess Raiden's kit, right? Flat energy otherwise never gets increased by energy recharge. Right, the only exceptions we have, it specifically says in the description that it gets affected by energy recharge. And it's not even 10% ER makes it 10% more energy. Right? It's a different conversion. Where the fuck is Electro MC? What? Bro, what? Where's my Electro MC? What? Are the MCs gone? What the fuck happened here? Why did they remove MCs? What? MC died, dude! What the fuck? Ember devs! Ding donk! Ding donk! Where did MC go? Whatever. It doesn't matter. You guys are gonna have to believe me. It's still there on mine? Okay, I don't get it then. Whatever, but still. Right, so, Electro MC's burst. Right? Or not burst, sorry. Skill. It restores energy, right? 4 per amulet. But that doesn't get affected by ER. However, Electro MC has an Ascension passive that says increases the energy recharge effect granted by lightning blades Wait, that's not even the flat energy that gets increased, is it? It's just the actual ER. Yeah. Tuh. You switch MC off in settings. What? I didn't even know you could do that. No, I didn't. There's no what? Or like here, you mean? No. Wait, Traveler's back. What? Okay, I'll be right back, man. Whatever, dude. I'm back. Alright, so cards. Thank you very much. I guess we can say Bennett C6, even though the C6 doesn't matter. Bennett's probably getting like 2k. Other hydros. Premium, other hydros. So, no more I know. Let's take a look at our other options. First, we need to remove the lunar charge damage and the EM. And then, who do we look at? Yelan makes her rotations 18 seconds, so I really don't want to do Yelan. But we can look at Yelan anyways. Yelan. Singso makes her rotations 21 seconds. You definitely don't want to do that. $14,450. In this team, how are ER requirements? Probably fine to go HP Goblet with Fav. Right? Yeah. So 46.6, 18. 20 from substats. I guess Yelan goes on the new set. So she doesn't get any stats from that. Reina, you use skill every other rotation. You could do that too. The thing with that is you don't want to burst. Burst is a DPS loss. If you do a team like that. Because the only character in your team that actually likes damage percent is Reina herself. But her ER requirements will be at like fucking 230. So you're better off giving her a damage weapon and no ER and just not bursting. Like, that's going to give you more damage than building enough ER that you need to burst. E only, no healer for Reina? Yeah. Kogomi, cooldowns don't line up well. Anyways, so here we have HP Sends, Yelan passive, 20% from subs. I think that's it. Total flat HP about 5k. Yup. EM. Okay, wait, what weapon do we give Yolanda? We give her 5, right? Yeah, we give her 5. But EM is gonna be 50 plus 20% of Super Gross EM, plus 120 from the team-wide bonus, plus about 80 from subs, plus... Is there anything else? There is not. Lunar charge damage, 20%. EM multiplier. Damage percent, we have Hydro Goblet. We have... That's it, actually. Fuck it, hell. That's gonna be pathetic, isn't it? You also get like 25 damage percent on Flynn's. Not that that changes anything, but still. Crit value. Crit Ascension, Sands. Yep, that's it. Crit multiplier. Effective HP. Lunar charge proc. Yeah. Motion value HP. I guess we can separate burst and skill. Whatever. 12.42 plus 8.28 times 3 times 13. 14. Sure. 38.4. Okay, number of lunar charges. Flynn's is still going to be 6. But now you get a total of 9 instead of 8. 3 of them on Inefa. And then 6 divided by 2. And then Yulon. 3 divided by 2. 6 divided by 12. Your shred up time here. 0.05. Same for Inefa. She doesn't have shred on this one. And then for this, y'all. Is that more? No, I'm lying, because it's 18-second rotations. 104k. When you say number of lunar charge on someone, you mean major contributor? The way I'm doing it is instead of calculating the damage of each lunar charge individually, I calc each character's personal contribution, and then I just, instead of giving them the number of lunar charge, I say, okay, for 6 lunar charges, you're the main contributor. And then for the remaining 3, you're not there at all, so it's going to be 6 divided by 1, and that's it. For Inefa, for the remaining 3 that Flynn's isn't participating in, she is the main contributor, and for the 6 that Flynn's is participating in, she's the second highest, so it's going to be 3 at full value, and then 6 at half value. And then for Yulon, for the 3 Flynn's isn't participating in, she's going to be second instead of third, so 3 divided by 2. And for the remaining 6, she's going to be third, so 6 divided by 12. Technically, it's a little bit more than that, because I'm doing this based off of lunar charge average damage, and when a lower contributor average damage crits for a little bit more, it actually slightly increases the damage. But I can't be bothered. calcing that thoroughly. Okay, so this is Yelan. Next, I want to look at Mona. With Mona, we get back to 16 on everything. But we obviously have basically no damage from Mona herself. The thing with Mona is you don't have full lunar charge uptime, which kind of makes things sus as hell. But it's also not bad lunar charge uptime. You'll have full thundercloud uptime for Flynn's and almost full thundercloud uptime for Inefa. It's mainly the lunar charge reaction damage that goes down. Anyways, can we do TTDS Mona here? Let's go back to this thing here. Let's do the Mona stuff. So she doesn't catch her own particles. We assume bad RNG, so 3 instead of 4. But we get a lot of electroparticles generated. Probably 1 on Mona herself, and then the remaining is you have 5, 3, so 13, so 12 remaining. And then you have 4 from Sucrose. This ain't happening. Okay, cool. I still think you put her on TTDS, but it's burst every other rotation, Mona. Because her burst doesn't do that much. Right, this is C1 Mona, by the way. Mona is definitely dog shit if you don't have her C1, right? Anyways, so in total, you probably still get the 6 lunar charge procs from Flynn's, but you don't end up with any off-field lunar charge anymore. Mona herself... 287 plus 401. Probably go AR Sands. So 20 plus 20. Yeah. 350. EM. Do you go EM Gobbler here? Maybe. Nah, probably not. So 20% of this plus 50 plus 120 plus like 80 from subs. Lunar charge damage 27.5. EM multiplier. Damage percent 46.6, 60. That's funny. Well, in that case... Wait, is that real? That can't be real. Oh, okay, it's not real. I was wrong. Okay, but... Motion value attack. 226 plus 54.4 times 4 plus... 752 divided by 2. 6 divided by 12. Yeah. We also have to probably lose 2 procs here. Unlucky. And we get 2 growth on an EM weapon plus 405. Okay, yeah. So C1 Mona is a little bit worse than Elon. C4 Mona, probably a little bit better. It's 30 CV, but it's gonna be like a quarter uptime. And then 30 CV, but like an 1/8 uptime. Nah, it's about as good. Yeah, okay, so it's kind of shit. Cool. Who do we calc next? Also, wait, no. That's not 25. It's about 20. Yeah. But we also have a little bit here. It's gonna be like 15, not 10. Farina, yeah, we can look at Farina. We don't have a good weapon, right? Yeah. Farina Fav? No, because you don't burst with her in this team. You could go new craftable, because it's 64 HP. Is that more stats than Festering? I mean, it's kind of similar. Key? Key would be great if you have it. For sure. Sack? Sack doesn't do anything. It shortens the rotation? It doesn't, because you don't E every rotation, you E every other rotation. For now, let's look at the fucking Serenity's Call. Can we just die with Farina? I mean, you have a shield still, so just don't get your shield broken and you're fine. But yeah, it won't be pleasant. That's fair. 15,307. Thank you for the raid. Or SHGJE. Is this TOM or Golden Troop Farina? This would probably be TOM Farina. So Farina 244. Y'all. Okay, yeah. 15,307. HP percent 20. Play something like this. Just double check that I changed this. I did. Did I keep it changed? Looks like I did, yeah. Cool. Okay. Damage percent. Oh yeah, there's the passive from the weapon, you're right, I forgot. So 64%. So we don't go HP goblet then. Y'all. Damage percent 46.6. 28. Well, minimum of 28. Total HP divided by 1,000 times 0.7%, I think. Yeah. You just assume 2 HP makes sense? No, I changed it. We're now back to 1. Is that it for your damage percent? Yeah. Crit value. This is fine. Effective HP. This is fine. Lunar charge proc. This is fine. Then motion value. And for the first time in a long time, we don't multiply by 1.4 because we don't have healing, so we don't consume HP to increase Farina skill damage. In a 16-second rotation. Actually, how many hits do you get from each and over Farina's full skill duration? I forgot. Because it's just that divided by 2. $16.84? No, it's not $16.84. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Ah! I should bring some cryo. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 17, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, 6. So what was that? 1796, I think. So 17 times 5.49. 1896, because 17 is ugly. You know what? Sure. We'll lie. I will spread this misinformation. 10.13 times 9. 14.09 times 6. Divided by 2. Actually, we also have the initial cast, which is 13.4. Divided by 2. Yep. 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 Can I ask? We can look at key too, sure. Farina, key. $86.2. So 0.56. 0.56% of total HP. Doesn't get added to this shit. 0.2% of Farina's total HP. It's a bit better, but it's not actually enough to make it better than the alternatives. Okay. It's not enough energy. I don't think it's worth it. Maybe if they fix the big burst. But otherwise, no fucking way. What's wrong with big burst? The last hit that's supposed to hit twice doesn't actually hit twice. It hits in 2 areas. And there's basically no overlap between the two areas, so it only actually hits once. Unless you're fighting, like, Primo Vishat. What if it hits twice? It's still not worth using, but maybe it makes it worth using in teams that have a fuck ton of energy generation. Digit enemies maybe get hit twice. I've seen footage of it hitting 0 times on some enemies because they just slightly moved away. Oh yeah. Anyways, let's go back to hydro options. What's the next one? Okay, hear me out, chat. Nah, you don't get the 100 EM from this. Alright, guards, please. Thank you. If you got this 100 EM, Nilo would have actually been a decent option. That's how bad our hydro options are right now. Sijuin. Sijuin doesn't do anything though, right? Yeah. So yeah, like the best option will be Ino. But it's not because Ino's good, it's because we literally don't have a hydro character that actually works well. Right? Like, not a single one. Aito for burst stuff. Aito has the same problem as Singto and Yelan. This number is bigger than 16. Wait, actually? Okay, yeah. Okay. I forgot to change this one back to 16. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay, wait, chat. Farina is better than Yelan. As long as you can survive at 50% HP with no healing. Not better than Ino, but better than C0 Ino. Ineva has a shield. Yeah. So, like, it's possible, but it will be a little bit more difficult. Isn't this key Farina? This is key Farina. This is new sword Farina. Is this no Q Farina? Yeah, it is. What about Sig? Sig will be a little bit better, but I don't think it's better than Key. Farina, R1. Yeah, it's worse than key. Maybe you go HP Goblet here. Alright, this is 12.4k. No. You still go damage Goblet here. Yeah. Oh yeah, wait, actually now that I think about it, your HP does not increase or decrease past the first rotation in these teams because you don't have a healer. Yeah, so this doesn't actually fucking work. That's funny. What about Elegy Elon? We can take a look. Alright, this was Fabulon. Elon R1 with a real R1. We're gonna have to go ER Sands in this team if we don't have the Fav particles. But in exchange for that, we get the Elegy buff on the team. You don't get it every rotation though. It's not full uptime. Because the cooldown is 20 seconds. But you'll get it 2 out of 3 rotations most likely. So plus 100 times 2/3. Plus 100 times 2/3. Plus 100 times 2/3. Plus 100 times 2/3. Plus 20% times 2/3. I'll fucking copy this shit. Yeah, so Elegy Elon is still worse than C6 I know, but it's better than C0 I know. I should actually have C0 I know as well. Here. So C0. $111.5. Motion value attack. 111.5. 321. 34.2. We don't have this. We lose 80 EM. And we lose this. Do we lose anything else? No, not really. Technically this, but this doesn't really fucking matter anyways. 107k. I should also add a line for percentage of C0 I know. What set is Ino using here? She is on the new support set with Inefa and TOM. But you could also have Inefa on the support set and Ino on Noblesse, and it's pretty similar. We look at TDS C1 Mona, that's already done. It's here. The biggest problem with Mona is you can't burst every rotation. You need like 320 ER on without a Fav. This doesn't work. But not only is TTDS half uptime, but her burst is also half uptime. So she's kind of, yeah. Up to 1 con is I know worse than Hydro MC. I know's better than Hydro MC. Bro, I know's better than Yelan in these teams. Even in C0. But that's outright just because her cooldown is less than 16 seconds, so she doesn't extend your rotation. Like, if you look at the Yelan team, okay? If you remove Yelan damage and change your rotation to 16 seconds instead of 18, it's the same DPS. As an 18-second rotation with Yelan's damage. Right? That's why I know's better. Because, like, yeah, she doesn't do that much, but she doesn't extend your rotation length. Unlike basically every other Hydro option. But the only reason Mona's not a strict upgrade is because you don't get full lunar charge uptime with her skill. If you had full lunar charge uptime with Mona, she'd be an outright upgrade over I know. At least not on C6. We can look at Candace. Wait a second. Candace can use Fractured Halo. Wait, that's so funny. No shield. Candace's E, right, the counter, gives her a shield. It's a shield that disappears once the counter is over, but this doesn't require the shield to stay active. It just requires you to generate a shield. We're just doing some Flint stuff right now. How about Esco Sig? She doesn't heal, so she can't proc that. The problem is that I don't think the effect stacks. And you can't use Candace if you don't have Inefa, because if you do that, you don't get 2 Knockcry characters for the racist passives. And it just don't work. And if you put Fractured Halo on Candace, what do you put on Inefa? I guess you could, right? And it's probably slightly better to have Fractured Halo on Candace and something else on Inefa than to have Fractured Halo on Inefa. Another Halo? Yeah, but I don't think this affects stacks, so if you do that, then it's just a weapon that has 24% attack, which is basically just a Homa. You can probably do better, right? Like, Salve Scarlet Sands is probably better at that point. A Calamity Queller, also probably better. This is pretty similar. Eh. There's no polearm support weapons other than Moonpiercer, right? Oh, man. Unlucky. So if you go Candace, what do you give her? Probably just Fav. You guys think it's gonna be better than Yelan? I actually think it will be, yeah. Instructor? No. Instructor won't have good enough uptime in these teams. Alright, Candace base HP. 10, 875. Candace C6. Probably needs ER sends. So no HP sends. 24 HP from Ascension. I wonder what the optimal goblet is between HP, Hydro, and EM. It's probably EM, right? No, because she's probably not getting more ownership than Inefa. For now, let's try HP. And then we also have some HP. No, that's it. And this is ER HP crit. EM, this is the right amount. Damage percent is gonna be 0. Right. Oh, there's another 20% from C2 that I forgot. 20% HP. Yep. Yeah. Crit value. 60 base. Crit. Yeah. Effective HP. Yup. Yup. We don't have 25 damage percent, but instead we have 20% plus 0.5% of her total HP divided by 1,000. Right? We're not doing 900k DPS. Sorry. Okay. Forgot that divided by 1,000. That's kind of an important bit. Anyways, that's fine. Motion value. So, on level 12, 13.2, and you end up getting 1, 2, 3 procs. So 13.2 times 4 total, because there's also the initial hit, plus 24, plus C6 procs. It's 12 seconds. You get 5 of these. 15% times 5. Yeah. But it's divided by 16. Woo! Candace is about as good as I know. C6 Candace is about as good as C0 I know. Better than Yelan. Cool weapon, this is 5. But I know he's free, yeah. Like this isn't actually like something that matters. Like you should just play I know. But if you already have a build to Candace, you don't have to build I know, which is nice, I guess. What artifact set is she on? The new one. We're at. Let's take a look at Hydro Goblet. It's actually slightly better. Okay. Let's take a look at EM Goblet. That's probably gonna be worse. Yeah, that's worse. Okay. How do you feel about the 100k plus you keep getting in his teams? Chad is saying that's mid. Thoughts? Okay, first, let's, like, remember. He doesn't get anywhere close to 100k without Inefa. Okay? The closest we got to was 87k. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'd say that right now, the 110k-ish he gets in premium team optimal stuff is... it's fairly good, but with the context that you have to pull for 2 new units to get that, right? You have to pull for Inefa and for him. You have to compare that to your other alternatives, right? And it's good, but it's not outstanding, basically. The biggest thing, though, is Ino's complete dog shit, and we know that Columbina is supposed to fill a similar role, and there's no shot Columbina's going to be complete dog shit. So, with Columbina, he's probably gaining 20k team DPS, at least. Think about it this way, okay? I think power level and reliance on teams wise, Flynn's is very similar to Skirk if Farina didn't exist, but we knew Farina was coming in 3 patches. That's basically how I feel about him, right? So he's Skirk level. I expect him to be around Skirk level with Columbina. He's not Skirk level without Columbina. Potential, man. Okay, man. But 20% more is higher than Skirk. The thing is, you're assuming Columbina won't be the best last slot in Skirk teams. And personally, I think she probably will be. Aware. Any Llama calcs? We haven't done Llama calcs today yet. We did a little bit yesterday, but nothing too serious. But now that we know LUNAR-BLOOM is fake, I'm a lot less optimistic on the Nilo stuff. It's still gonna be good, but it's boring. It's really boring. What do you mean fake? Triggering LUNAR-BLOOM does the exact same thing as triggering Bloom. It generates a Dendrocore that has the exact same base damage and stat scaling as the current Dendrocores do. The only difference is that it gives you a stack of something called Dewdrop that your Nodcry characters can use for their stuff, right? Basically, LUNAR-BLOOM is the same shit as Night Soul Burst, right? It's something that doesn't do anything by itself. It is just used as a trigger condition for other stuff. Like, that's what it is. Trigger condition for racist buffs. Yeah, pretty much. Why was LUNAR-BLOOM doing 300k on footage? That's not a LUNAR-BLOOM reaction. that is Llama's hold E. Llama's hold E does damage that is tagged LUNAR-BLOOM damage. But that's not a LUNAR-BLOOM reaction. That's the same thing as Inefa's Ascension passive that does lunar charge damage. Right? Like, that's not a reaction. Like, that's just what the talent does. You'll notice, if you pay attention, that it only happens once per E. Right? That different font and that big bloom number only happens when Llama uses hold E. Isn't Llama the Inefa for Nefer? Maybe, but like... more than that, Llama is like an insane Hyperbloom driver. Like, I haven't done full team calcs on her yet, but I expect Llama to be the best team you can make with new units in 6.0. It's not going to be better than the Mawika and Skirk stuff, but those don't use new units in 6.0, right? Raiden power crap. You still use Raiden, don't worry. For now. I think Raiden is better than Inefa as Hyperbloom trigger for the double Hydro, like, on-field Llama Hyperbloom teams. But I think Inefa is better than Raiden on the Neuvillette Hyperbloom teams. And I'm pretty sure Neuvillette's Hyperbloom team is going to be his best team in 6.0. Now he does that. Look at this shit. Oh yeah, I said... all characters lose a large amount of HP, damage dealt minus 40%, heal minus 70%, crit rate minus 100%, heal to max HP to remove the debuffs. That's so funny. They're giving us a healing mini quest. Also, can we talk about how funny it is to give 75 electro damage bonus to lunar charge carries? That's hilarious. That's so bad. Check the first one. This is the first one. What do you mean? Oh, first abyss. The 6.0A, I see. We got cactus, yeah. We got the same thing here, okay. Will enter enhanced state, attacks more fiercely against shields and summons floating ducks. Destroy the ducks or trigger electrocharge or lunar charge to damage the shield. Okay. Oh yeah, and then this. I saw that. Yeah. 5.6 million HP? On 2 waves? What? Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. 10 million HP? Yeah. Sure. Why not? Okay. Then B is like so much lower, but it's not actually lower. It's because these enemies have low HP, but they don't. Okay, actually this one, right? Will not be defeated when HP drops to 0. Instead, you deal further damage to reduce its max HP within a short period, after which it heals to its max HP. So it basically has 2 HP bars. Right? It has like the normal HP bar. Right? And you deal damage to it, and it goes down. Right? Okay, wait. Let's zoom in a little. right? No, actually, let's do this. That. Okay, so you deal damage to it and it goes down, right? Until you get it to 0 HP. And when you get it to 0 HP, instead of dying, you can keep dealing damage to it. To reduce its max HP. And after a couple seconds, it heals back to full based on how much max HP it has. And then you gotta kill it again. And once you kill it again, do you do the same thing? You keep reducing its max HP. And then after a little bit, again, it heals back to full. And you do the same thing. And once you get it to 0 HP, you keep reducing its max HP. And then it heals to full. And then you do what's left, and you keep reducing its HP. And then it dies. How much time window do we have to reduce max HP? I don't think we know, but I don't think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be really short. So like this doesn't actually have 2 mil HP. It probably has like the equivalent of like 5 to 6 mil. But it says that abilities buffed by Ascendant Gleam can directly reduce its HP to 0. That probably means that racist damage can reduce its max HP even before you kill it, right? Like, non-racist damage does this, and then racist damage does like this. Well, it's hard to represent visually, but like, you'd put it here, and it would also reduce HP here, right? So most likely, racist damage, racist teams, null-cry teams. Wait, there's 2 of them. Oh, fuck me. Well, anyways. Most likely, racist teams, have to deal a lot less damage to this enemy to kill it. Then we have a Hermit Crab. Will generate Hermit Seeds that explode. If seeds take pyro damage, they trigger a bigger explosion and knock away characters. Upon taking any type of bloom damage, Hermit Seeds will be converted and deal massive damage to enemies. When the battle starts, the enemy will rise into the air and gain a shield. Okay, so this is the bloom enemy. Cool. We'll gain 3 layers of shields that increase all res except electro. Sick, dude. Why give electro damage first side? Okay, who made this? You're giving us electro damage for electro characters that don't scale with damage, and you're giving the electro vulnerable boss on the second side? What do you mean? What's going on? What are you doing? That's really funny. Yeah. It's probably supposed to be the other way around, but oh well. Maybe they put Sinas in Abyss, the most anti-Maoika / Kirk enemy, as it does basically double damage when you have 0 energy. I mean, that doesn't matter because it's hard to get hit by this enemy, no? I guess you do get hit while it's shielded. But that's fine. Can you freeze it? You can probably freeze it, right? So it's probably really good for Skirk, actually. But Maoika might struggle. You can go test it. I can't be bothered. I don't care that much. But yeah, also, like, unless it starts with a shield, it doesn't matter, because 2 mil HP is less than 1 Maoika rotation. Like, you 1-rotate this guy. Even if it does start with shield, it won't be that bad, because you only have to deal with the shield once. How far along we've come since the Leo racist weapons, that's so true. Since Inefa doesn't snapshot, is Shen has sig good on her? Yeah, it's pretty good. You gonna calc Loma teams today? I think so, yeah. Has the Jeffrey done calcs for Flinzen without an Inefa? Yeah. It seems like the best alternative for Inefa, if you don't have her, is gonna be Yeon-san. Which is funny, because Yeon-san isn't particularly good with Flins, but, like, what the fuck else are you gonna play? C6 Yeon-san? Yeah. C0 is a lot worse, but C2's, like, good enough. Because the C6 itself doesn't do much. You don't need the uptime extension, and damage percent doesn't help you. Like, technically, I could add it here, but you don't really get the fucking damage percent anyways. You're not nice level positive. Oh yeah, okay, unironically, by the way, chat, you guys remember Xenon, the xenophobic? The mental image that I had of Xenon was actually pretty much exactly what Flynn's looks like. Like, am I the only one? It's what someone drew on Reddit. Did they? If I go to the Xenon main subreddit, and I sort by top of all time, we probably have some of the... Yeah, dude! Dude! Bro! Dude! Like... I think... What's the... Wait. What reference should we use? Maybe Cassandra? I feel like not enough people are gonna get it, though. Only classic heads know Cassandra? Yeah. Who's like a prophet or seer or oracle or whatever that is like very well known? Nostradamus? I guess, yeah. Yeah, I guess. Three years ago, Nostradamus came back to life and prophesied as such. Is that not a word? Or did I just write it wrong? Oh, it's an S. Huh. But prophecy has a C. Whatever, man. Awoke from his eternal slumber and prophesied as such. So this is a better tweet. Or maybe, instead of prophesized, we can say he broke his silence. When did Nostradamus die? In the 15th century? So, almost 500 years ago. And bro's he's still alive, too. True. 500-year silence. Bro. That's actually insane, by the way. Like, that's actually insane. Like, that's actually insane, dude. Nah, bro, the more I look at it... That's insane. Dude, what the fuck, man? Like, you could convince me that Hoyo saw this post and was inspired by it. Yeah, he even has the racism. Like, dude. That's actually wild, by the way. Like, that's crazy. Who is he, by the way? Xenon the Xenophobic is at some point we did some fucking around with ChatGPT, asking ChatGPT to come up with Genshin character names and descriptions. And one of the one of the characters they came up with was Xenon the Xenophobic. And I thought it was really funny. And so we leaned into it and we made a fake leaks subreddit for people to pretend that Xenon was real. And people submitted their fan-made designs for Xenon. And this is one of the submissions from 3 years ago. I am actually kind of like that's crazy, actually. Anyways, let's fuck, that is actually insane, man. Holy shit. Anyways, let's yeah. What else do we want to calc for Flynn stuff? Two calls without Inefa? I guess we can look at that, yeah. Sure. C1, B2. C1, Flynn's. Three. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. About as good. Technically, you have slightly higher ER requirements, so you'll get a little bit less stats, so it's going to be a little bit worse. But it's about as good. But then after that, for 3 cost, Inefa is better than either Flynn C2 or Flynn's R1. What about Orbital's Singto? What, like, press E on Singto, and then next rotation press Burst on Singto? Dahlia doesn't have Hydro Amp, so he doesn't work. Yeah, Singto loses his Hydro App. If he gets hit 4 times when he doesn't burst. So I don't know that's really gonna work. But we can take a look. Four times is plenty? Yeah, I guess. AFK, Sing toe. I think that's a good way to describe this. Do you go Instructor? No, I don't think so. What's the second best option if you don't have enough? It looks like it's gonna be Eon Sun. Oh, actually, chat, I think I'm an idiot. Yeah, I am. Cooked. I am an idiot. I forgot to remove the additional lunar charge you got from Yelon longer rotation in some of these teams. Yeah. Cool. Can you alternate skill and burst? Yeah, that's what we're doing here. Yeah, this is probably it. One thing that's kind of nice that I think a lot of people don't realize, right? I've seen a lot of people talk about Shiloden C2 for the energy. Like, whether Shiloden C2 enables like the big burst, but like more important than the energy is a cooldown reduction. You get shorter rotations. Any other interesting teams with Flins? No. There are not. He can't reduce his cooldown? He can't reduce his skill cooldown? Oh wait, I'm an idiot. I forgot. Wait, actually, chat. Okay, wait, let's think for a second. TF doesn't work to reduce his mini skill cooldown, but I wonder if it works to reduce the actual skill cooldown, right? Like the 16-second cooldown that's running in the background. Yeah, because if it does, you could use 2 skills. You test that on Verissa? We don't know that it works like Verissa. It probably does, but we don't know it for sure. Because if you can do this, what Hydro would you want? In these teams? Would you want Farina just for the uptime without having to swap back to her? Maybe. Let's take a look at one of my Farina things. We'll just copy this for now. TF Flins. So, for TF Flins, you probably do a 20-second double rotation. Where you swap back to Sucrose. Right? That's probably what you're trying to do. It's probably more like 21 seconds in practice. We probably go Fav Farina. Because we're gonna need that fucking energy for Flins when we do 4 bursts instead of 2. Our stats change. We get 15 damage from TF, which doesn't do shit. We also get lunar charge damage, but I don't know how much. 20 lunar charge damage. We lose 10% from the set. We also lose that on Inefa and Farina. We lose 80 EM. We lose the 60 CV. We probably go to like 8 and 7 with 5, 2, yeah. Plus 1 here. 1 5 proc. Yeah. 180 ER requirements. Could either ER sends plus subs or ketane. No, you ER sends for sure. Yeah, it's not as good. Unlucky. It's gonna be more fun, but it won't be as good. You just get too many stats from the new set. Damn. What if you didn't have more ER requirements? It is as good. Who heals? You're not healing. That means if you have Sig, especially if you get close to overcapping, TF might be competitive with Sig set. But yeah, it's not ideal. Doesn't Farina do 40% less damage? Yeah, I included that. I didn't look at first rotation damage. I didn't get the 40% damage on Farina. Fav Flins. True. That's also something you could do. But that one's a little more sus, I think. Yeah. A bit worse. This is a really funny fucking concept. Is Inefa necessary if I want to go for Flins? No. The difference between teams with Inefa and teams without her is pretty large, but Flins' C1 is incredibly impactful. So if you're gonna get 2 5-stars for a Flins team, getting Flins and Inefa is fairly similar to getting C1 Flins. So if you don't like Inefa, you don't have to go for her. Isn't TF impossible to use? So my understanding of it is that TF doesn't reduce the Northland Spear cooldown, but it does reduce the skill cooldown of Ancient Rite, Arcane Light, right? Like the cooldown goes, like it gets those -1 second, like procs in the background. Kind of like how Fischl. Does it work on Fischl actually? I don't even. I forgot. Like Chlorine, yeah. Yeah, kind of like on Chlorine. Which would reduce your rotation length or allow you to do 2 of them per rotation. That's I don't have that confirmed, by the way. That's just an assumption, but yeah. You go 3 calls for the team. Is Inefa plus C1 Flins or C2 Flins higher? Inefa plus C1 Flins is better. Do you look at Flynn's in FF right now, Shilonen? I didn't, because like there's no point. I can do it now if you want, though. It's just gonna be worse than Sucrose, though. Right. So Shilonen DPS is gonna be a little bit lower, but not that low. Oh, it is low, but anyways. More fanfare because it heals. It's a DPS loss to burst on both of these characters. But I mean, we can take a look at a rotation where you do burst. Sure, why not? Let's have fun with it. Go 5 on Farina now. 5 Shilonen too. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, why the fuck do I keep getting jump scared by a fucking Mona? Like, it keeps reappearing below my stuff. Anyways. Yeah, we have that. Motion value, this is gonna be 13, 6, 4. 1.4 times that. None of this matters. Okay, we have that. No TTDS. Arena damage buff. Do we have everything except the last thing? Kinda. Just missing the lunar charge stuff. 4. 4. That's just gonna be about 1,000. So yeah. Shilonen is like 20% behind Sucrose. Right, Sucrose at 108k, Shilonen at 90k. It's less, it's like 15%, but yeah. Oh no, I didn't include the dogshit instructor uptime we have in this team. I guess I should. There you go. Do you ever use Flynn's high energy burst? Probably not. There's gonna be some teams where he generates more energy than he uses, so maybe in those teams you can use it on the first rotation in Abyss. Because otherwise you'll just be wasting particles. But is Flynn's on Ketane? No. Flynn's is on the new craftable here. Inefa is on Ketane. Isn't Sucrose buff the same as Instructors? No. Sucrose is either 24% attack and around 180 EM, or or almost 300 EM. If you go the new craftable or the new event Catalyst, she gets 400 EM from the Catalyst. Her total EM is going to be around 1200, and that's 240 EM plus the 50 she gets flat, so it's 290. Is Flynn's in teams without a Hydro as bad as Skirk and Melt? Kinda. We can take a look at that if you really want. Like Chavars. Alright, there's no reason to do any non-Hydro team other than if you're using Chavars. Flynn's, Chavars. Just Chavars. So what team do we do? Flynn's, Chavars. Mawika? I guess, yeah. Mawika, Yansan. You get attack, crit, probably. No, you probably go attack EM crit with this. We don't have EM sharing from Sucrose. His own EM, we don't have Ino EM. Do we have this set? No, we don't. He's not on his set either, because you don't get the moon phase. 80 from subs. That is cooked as fuck. Yikes. What set do you want him on at this point? Gilded? I guess, yeah, Gilded. Probably go EM crit, actually. I think. So no attack main stats. We had 20% from stats, 20% from set. We still have those two. 24 from TTDS, that's gone. 30 from Yansan, that's still there. We also get 40 from Chevreuse. And that's it. 25 from Resonance. Lunar charge percent. We don't have his own. We don't have the set. We still have the craftable, and that is it. We still have this. Yup. Crit value. We don't have this anymore. Did I add the... I did not. 14% attack from Gilded. Yeah. We don't get a single Lunar Charge proc anymore. Now it said it's Overload procs. EM multiplier overload. 16 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1. For now, we're ignoring this. We'll do it again when we finish everything. Okay. We have damage percent, right? We have 25 from Eonson, 40 from Cinder City, and like 50 average from Chivalrous, and like 30 average from Malika. Overloads. How many overloads do we trigger? His app is faster than Malika, so you probably don't get that many. Maybe you get like 4. Electro damage, yeah. Okay. Motion value, Lunar Charge. Goodbye, second hit. Yikes. Yeah. At that point, right, 35k. I guess you're better off just building for his electro normal attacks, right? Yeah. Yeah. $37.2. 37.7, yeah. Okay. Then you have Chivalrous damage, which is gonna be like... I'm not calculating the whole fucking thing, I can't be bothered. Let's say 4k. CDA. Eonson damage, let's say 4k. It's more like 3k. Same for Chevy. And then Malika. And in this one, you probably do 3 spins, 1 dash to fill the downtime. So base attack 359 plus Serpent Spine. Attack percent 46.6. Power Resonance, Self Buff, Eonson C2, Chevy, Noblesse, Substats. Yep. Yep. EM is gonna be fucking nothing, dude. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is 38.94. I for war. 39.79. Fucking hell. 39.79 times multiplier overload. Yeah. Motion value attack. 756.2 plus 200 times 2.7 plus 0.95 times 200 times 3 plus 252.8. Yeah. Times 3 plus 148.5 plus 126.5 plus 217.6 times 5? 6? 5? 6. 5. Five overloads, probably. Sure. This is clearly wrong, though. Yeah. Damage percent, 46.6. 40, 25, 40, right? Heavy, Eon's on C6, Cinder City. 15 from set bonus, 30, 40 from passive, 30 from Serpent Spine. And crit value, 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6, 80 from Codex, 27.6 times 2 from Serpent Spine. Yep. As in C6 Chevy 60, it caps at 60, but it builds up over time, and you don't spend that much time on Malika. That's not that bad. I mean, yeah. But it's like 20k behind the Chlorine version. It's worse than Fischl, yeah. Was that with Aquamarine? Why would you go Aquamarine? Malika is out-damaging Flints. You're not sacrificing Malika damage for a buff on Flints. We can take a look at how it goes against Stolpa, though. That would be kind of funny, yeah. Is that it? No. We also have some lunar charge damage. I'm not calcing it, I can't be bothered. But you can see it's actually really good. Anyways, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Although I'm pretty sure if you are against Tulpa, you're better off using Inefo over Eonson in the Shovelers team. Do you think Flins without Inefo is more valuable than Inefo without Flins as of this beta? I'm not sure. It depends on the llama stuff. So we should take a look at that now. Let me I'm actually gonna save this sheet, by the way. Are you guys proud of me? Let's do what folder? What do we call this folder? Nod, cry, prep, I guess. And we call this Lynn's V1 stuff. So. All right. It's time to start looking at Loma stuff. So, first thing that we need to get out of the way, okay? You do not play Ino with this character. Okay? You do not. You do not play Ino with this character. Don't get baited. Why not? Because Ino is a worthless character. Enabling the new sets just isn't enough. Putting Ino on your team enables you to go on the new sets and gives you 40 CV on Loma, but that's just not enough. Also, chat, wait, I don't know if this is... I don't know if anyone actually said it yet. I don't think so. Okay. V15. Oh, damn. But yeah. Supposedly, Llama's the first character that has base EM. But I don't know how reliable that is. I don't know if it's sus or not. But like, it makes sense because Llama's the first character that has a damage number that scales directly with EM and nothing else. And if she had 0 base EM, you would have a 0 damage number. And I heard that she apparently starts with 200. But I don't know if that's real or not. And even if it is real, I don't know if they'll keep it or if they'll just change this and give it an attack scaling. She has EM Ascension? That's a different thing. For now, we'll assume no, but anyways. Oh yeah, MC also has base EM. That's true, I forgot. Anyways, people are getting absolutely cracked numbers with Llama. Yeah. I am 99% certain that the 2.8 multiplier is fake. %99 certain it's fake. I'm gonna be doing my calcs assuming it's fake. Chat, maybe they reverse engineered the formula from the number they got. It's literally data mine. Is it though? Usually it is, but it's not like they actually fucking say this is a data mine. And also, even if it is a data mine, it might not be the same as the beta version. And also, and more importantly, the showcases we've had with Sig have her whole decritting for around 300k on an actually built llama with Sig. And if this formula is real, it should crit for 900k, not 300k. Like this guy's getting. Right? This guy's getting around 300k. Or sorry, like around 900k with the 2.8. So it's about 300k without the 2.8. And 300k is what they're getting in the showcases we see. So I'm like 99% convinced it's just fake. How do we know how well she's geared? I mean, people that do those showcases with teams generally at least give the characters leveled artifacts with decent stats. But also you can kind of tell. Because, like, you can see the numbers on the rest of the stuff. Right, you can reverse engineer the stats from that. I'm 99% convinced that the 2.8 is fake. So I'm just gonna be assuming it's fake for now. Because again, like, if it's not fake, she's significant Moeco power creep. Right? Right, like base EM, EM multiplier, LUNAR-BLOOM. Crit value, crit multiplier, effective EM, damage, right? I shouldn't say base EM, just EM. Alright, so 115.2. Right, the new... Probably do craftable, not event. Craftable should be slightly better. Right? So 221 from weapon. 187 times 3 from... No, times 2 from main stats. I don't think we get any EM from this directly. If you just want to maximize her damage on the LUNAR-BLOOM itself, what do you go? Do you care? I mean, you want to go the new set, so you want someone from Non-Cry. But you don't actually need... Yeah, no, you do need a Hydro. So you just go I know, I guess. Right? I know on the new set. 120 EM. 80 from her own set. Yeah. About 100 from substats on Flower Feather Circlet. Yeah. What else? Like, there's probably some more stuff. What other units would you put if you just want to completely maximize the damage itself? I guess Nahida for the 250 EM. And what would the last slot be? Zhongli for the shred. Instructor Zhongli. Is there anything else? Not Nilo. Nilo doesn't give anything other than 100 EM for just nuke Holdy. Give it the raid Valfi. How do you proc Instructor? Yeah, I guess you can't proc it second rotation. Just go Instructor I know, and you said Zhongli instead then. You still get it? Yeah, fuck it. Let's do that. So with Zhongli, so 120 EM from Instructor, 100 from Denver Resonance. EM multiplier. Um, 1.48. And this is times 1.14. Crit value. She doesn't send crit, so it's 60. 62.2. 20 times 6.6. 60 from the set. Is that it? Oh yeah, I guess you can go Forest Regalia. I know, that's true. That's another 120 EM we can get. $1.68, no, 1.48. Oh yeah, the 4 pieces, you're right. That's true. So, I think that's it. Right? We don't have any other crit. Base crit, main stat, sub stats, set bonus. No, she gets 40 CV from this. Crit multiplier. Effective EM is EM times EM multiplier times crit multiplier. Motion value on level 9. 442 times 3. Again, if it is true that it's times 2.8, the shred here, we have 75 shred, so 1.325 times 2.8. The hold E will do 1 million damage in this team every 12 seconds. That can't be real. 2.8 is fake as fuck. This is on free-to-play weapon, by the way. Pre-Golumbina, too, yeah. This is not real. Shouldn't be 55. We're using Zhongli as the last slot here. And without the 2.8, right, we're nuking for 350k every time we hold E, which actually is reasonable. And also, right, if we're not using Zhongli, right, we don't get that Instructor. We don't get the Shred. Right? It's about 300k, which is what they were getting in the footage. Alright, technically, this is average damage, so when it crits, it'll be a little bit higher, because we don't have a 100 crit rate. Like, this makes sense. This is reasonable, and yeah. But, yeah, no. Like, yeah, no. Like, yeah, no. Actually, motion value is actually a little bit higher. Because there's also the fucking Pale Him bonus. That's plus 217.6. Sorry. Yeah, I guess this doesn't get increased by EM multiplier, actually. So it doesn't actually go into the motion value. Right? Yeah. It does crit, but it doesn't get increased by EM. Okay. Yeah, so I'm 100% convinced that times 2.8 is fake. I'm just not going to be assuming it. So, let's take a look at a few teams. First, we take a look at right on Hyperbloom. So, we have base, attack percent, flat attack, total attack, EM multiplier, Hyperbloom, EM multiplier, LUNAR-BLOOM. Damage percent 1, damage percent 2, crit value, crit multiplier, E attack 1, E attack 2, number of, Hyperbloom proc, EC proc, motion value 1, motion value 2, number of Hyperbloom, number of EC. Damage 1, damage 2, damage Hyperbloom, damage EC, damage DPS. Okay. So, base attack on Loma. Have Loma, Raiden, Singto, Elon. Base attack on Loma, 255. Weapon, we give her... Do we give her Black Marrow Lantern? Is that actually the best weapon for her? Or do we just go Fav? Or just go the event weapon. Does this give EM or attack again? I forgot. This gives EM. 180 EM. PR. That's fine. I think you'd rather just use this though. He has quadratic EM scaling on hold E. Is that true? I didn't notice that in the footage. I'll take a look. That does not look like quadratic scaling. There were 2 numbers on screen when she held E against 2 enemies. If it was quadratic, it would be 4 numbers. You fucking baited my ass, man. My goodness. Yeah, that is not quadratic. Bro was making things up. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna use the event weapon. So that's 510 base attack. Attack percent. I don't think we get any. Right? Because you probably go Llama. EM times EM is quadratic. I mean, sure, but the EM multiplier does not scale linearly with EM. So EM times EM multiplier is not quadratic. Because it's actually EM times EM divided by X plus EM. Which is not quadratic. It's complicated. Yeah, multiplier is not linear, sure, but honestly it's not that far. It is very far from linear. With the amount of EM Llama actually gets to, let me actually show you, okay? So she gets, in this case, right? 405 EM from this, right? 115.2 Ascension, 405. 187 times 2. I'm not answering that. Yeah, EMM is it's constant in the limit exactly. Like EM times EM multiplier trends towards linear at the limit. Anyways, I think for this, how much are we assuming here? Like, this team doesn't get a lot of external EM, but like teams that actually do focus on Llama personal damage, right? you end up with like the EM buff from that, the EM buff from this, maybe an EM buff from Nahida, right? So you have like 1400-ish EM, and you've got some fucking LUNAR-BLOOM damage bullshit, right? 1.14 times 6 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1.68, right? This is what you have at 1300. At half of that, you're almost at 80% of the multiplier already. Alright, like this is not even close to linear. Anyways, this doesn't fucking. Why is it 18 times 2 and not 3? Because you go crit circlet. Anyways, in this case, we don't have that. Dude, what the fuck is happening? Who's spamming my fucking phone? Plunge. Okay, fucking hell! I'm gonna put my phone on busy. Ah! I'm getting, dude. Okay, what the fuck is going on? My Gmail app just like decided, hey, let me notify you of the last 500 emails you have gotten, and it's just spamming updates to my email. I can't even use my phone, dude. I can't even fucking scroll in my notification to see what phone number I got a call from. Oh my god. This is making me unhappy, chat. I don't like this. Okay, it's not someone I know. Whatever. Okay, so we get like no attack percent, maybe 10% from subs. Okay, EM. So 405, 115.2, 187 times 2. We don't have team-wide EM buffs here. I'm pretty sure we go Deepwood. We go Flaw. And we go double emblem. Or we go new set and then Deepwood emblem. Let's try both. Let's start with new set, I guess. 80 from substats. I'm also gonna need LB percent, 10%. 10% plus 48%. No, we don't have 48%. No, we don't have 48%. It's just 10%. Anyway, so 80 from dupies, about 80 from substats, I guess. Maybe more like 100 from substats. And then what else? Do we have anything else? I don't think so. So we have 24 LUNAR-BLOOM from weapon. For now, we're looking at the event weapon instead. I'm not sure which one's gonna be better. I guess we can look at the craftable instead. It's probably better. You're probably right. Does that make sense? That's kind of low. Yeah, whatever. Damage percent 1. Llama only has one source of damage percent. Or yeah, one source of damage tag. No, that's not true. She has this too. Fuck. Okay, so 32%, 0%. Crit value 60, 62.2, 20 times 6.6, and 60 again from the set. One Nullcry unit? Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, okay, fuck the set, dude. We're not using the set. I can't be bothered. We're just putting her on Deepwood. Is I know bad here? Yeah, I know it's just a dog shit unit. Anyways, effective attack 1 is gonna be total attack times. I have to add a bunch of lines if I want to be thorough, don't I? We're gonna be not thorough then. We're gonna assume 30% damage percent average. Because I can't be bothered. Okay, Hyperbloom proc is 4341 times, yeah, multiplier Hyperbloom. But you don't actually end up getting any from Loma, but I'll still have it here, because whatever. And Electro Charge proc, you also don't get any, but I'll still have it here. What is it, 2894? 2894. Okay, motion value 1, so this is going to be the attack scaling stuff. How many attacks do we get over a 30-second, or a 22-second rotation? 21-second, 22-second rotation? Let's do 21-second. I mean, it's probably a similar speed to Nahida. And with like 14 seconds of field time. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, about 7 strings ish. So 7 times 57.3 plus 54.1 plus 75.6. Stop spamming so chat. Plus 183.9 times 21 divided by 12 plus 163.2 times Quicken. She's not getting any spreads. You'll trigger Quicken, but you'll immediately bloom it off. So you won't get spreads. You might have like 1 or 2 in your rotation, but that'll be it. Do you know if Loma's charge attack has a separate ICD? It does, but I don't know if you want to use it. We'll see. Might be like Nahida, where you technically use it, but it's not like that important. Anyways, 163.2 times... Well, it hits every 2 seconds, right? So... 10. EM is 326.4 times 10. And LUNAR-BLOOM is 442 times 3 times 21 divided by 12, because your rotations are 21 seconds, but you use it off cooldown every 12 seconds. Okay. Number of Hyperblooms, 0. Number of Electrocharge, 0. Yeah, also, this is plus what you get from the burst, which is 435.2 of Mama's EM. Yeah. But we also have this, so times 1.15. Yeah. Alright. Okay, damage 1 is effective attack 1 times motion value 1 times 190 divided by 390 times 1 point... How much shred do we have? We have 25 plus... 25 plus 30, so 55, so 45, so 225. So, same thing here. And then here. Yep. This seems a little low. I guess it's because we have a pretty low amount of EM, all things considered. You're missing Yulon damage percent. Oh, you're so right. We go from 9k DPS to 10k DPS. Thank goodness. Doesn't she directly buff the damage of Hyperbloom? Yes. But she doesn't trigger Hyperbloom, so that's not accounted for yet. Well, let's do Syncto. We're gonna skip Raiden for now. This is a team where you go Fav Syncto, where you build him full damage, and then you go damage weapon Elon full damage, right? Yeah. So Syncto 202 base plus 454. Attack percent 46.6, 24, 20 from substats, and that's it. EM doesn't actually matter at all. LUNAR-BLOOM damage 0. EM multiplier stuff doesn't really matter. No one saw that. I forgot a +1 earlier. That's fine. I'm glad I noticed it now. 46.6. 180 times 25. 20 Hydro Ascension. That's it. Damage on this skill. Doesn't have this. Crit value, which is going to be the exact same as this. Crit multiplier. Effective attack. Yep, what the fuck? Okay. Hyperbloom proc, these are the same formulas. Not that they matter. Motion value. Burst. 109 times 50. Skill. We battery into Elon. What does this do? That's crazy. So we get the C4. 336 plus 382. And then damage percent. We have 25 and then 15 shred. So that's 40 shred. So that's 1.15. Oh yeah, there's burst damage from Raiden. I forgot. What is it? It's 0.3% per energy? Yeah, it is. Plus 24%. So, okay. This is good. This is good. Yup. Yup. Then we have Elon, who's got some similar stuff, but it's not all the same. So, Elon, what weapon do we give this Elon? 14,450. HP percent, HP sends. 18 from the passive, 25 from resonance. Alleged? No, we're not doing 5-star weapons yet. This is bad, right? Yeah, it's bad. Fav? No, this is not a Fav angle. We'll just do slingshot because it's simple and I don't have to use my head. 20 from subs. Damage percent. What set do we go? Kinda sucks, we don't have a good set here. Like, you probably just go emblem, but you're not happy with it. Two Bs. That's not actually better than emblem. Even at low ER requirements. It's only better than emblem when your ER requirements are below, or are so low that the 2-piece from emblem doesn't help. That's not the case here. Instructor, no. Can you get 2 E's in this team? Yeah, you can. So yeah, so Hydro Goblet. like 5% average damage from her passive. Nah, we're not including it. Whatever, man. Hydro Goblet. And then like 140-ish ER, 150, 140. Times 25%, and then we have 21% from Raiden. And I think that's it for damage percent. Yeah. Then the second source of damage percent is just 46.6. Crit value, she's crit ascension, 98.4. And she is going slingshot, 31.2 times 2. Is there anyone in the knockout set? Not in this team, no. Yeah. Yeah. Motion value. 12.42 plus 8.28 times 3 times... Might be able to get 14. Nah, let's just do 13. 2. 38.4 times 2. Cool. And finally, we have Raiden. Um, 337 plus 454. 10% attack. 350 flat. Elemental Mastery. 221. 187 times 3. 140 from subs. 80 from 2-piece flop. Yeah, multiplier Hyperbloom. We get 80 Hyperbloom damage from flop. We get no damage percent at all. We get pretty much no fucking CV. Technically, we have a little bit of damage percent, right? Because we're gonna be at like 150 ER just from substats. So that's like 20% ER from her passive, or 20% electro damage from her passive. But like, it's not like she's doing any damage anyways, so it doesn't matter, but still. Oh well. Effective attack. Yeah, not that it matters, again. Hyperbloom proc. Is this accurate? It should be, yeah. Electrocharge proc. Yeah. Motion value 1. Did you add Sync so Hydro is ready? Yeah, I did. So motion value on her skill. Again, not that it fucking matters, but it's fine. It's basically once per second, so you get 21 hits of this, and then 199.2 plus 71.4 times 21. And then number of Hyperblooms, and here, I think 1.5 per second is pretty reasonable. So let's do 31 to 32. Electrocharges, you don't get that many, probably like 5 or 6. damage this, yep. It's electro damage, so it times 0.9. Then damage Hyperbloom. Yep. Then damage electro charge. Yep. 120k. That's a lot? That's a lot, yeah. Maybe I'm being a bit too optimistic for number of Hyperblooms. Maybe it's more like 27, 110k. I don't think it's less than that, though. Hyperbloom 2 just dropped. Yeah. I want to see the team. This is Llama, Raiden, Singto, Yelan. So it's a current double Hydro Hyperloom, but with Llama instead of Nahida. This is 3 to 4 times more DPS than Nahida? No, not even close. What do you mean? The Nahida one sims a little bit below 100k, but that's because the sims are kind of scamming Hyperbloom assumptions. In practice, it calcs around like 85 plus k. How would Inefa compare? The biggest problem is I don't know how good your lunar charge uptime is in an Inefa team. But we can try. Actually, that's not the biggest problem. It's one of the many problems. I also have no fucking clue what stat assumptions to use. Anyways, with Inefa, we lose the damage percent from Raiden. But that's it for what we lose, and then we get less Hyperlooms. Upper limit now becomes 20 instead of 40. Practical limit probably gonna be around like 17, 18 instead of like around 30. But Inefa does enable you to use a new sets. The problem is I don't even know if that's something you want to do. Because like in this team, right? Who goes on to which new set? Inefa on the damage set? I mean, the crit doesn't help Hyperbloom, and that's going to be the majority of her damage. Is that really better than Flop? Maybe by a little bit, but you need to be on field to proc it, so it won't be better than Flop. On the support set? I mean, sure. But you could have someone else on the support set, so you don't really want her on it. Llama, you could give the carry set, but the carry set, like, while good, isn't that insane, because Llama's personal damage isn't that insane, right? And if you put Llama on the carry set, you gotta ditch Emblem from Singto. Does this assume the 2.8 is fake? Yeah, because it cannot be real. Are you getting the moon stacks in this team? In this one, you're just not. You accept that you don't have the high moon phase. but it doesn't matter. Because Llama only cares for the high moon phase for her own damage. And for, like, enabling the sets. But the sets aren't that good, and her personal damage isn't that good in these teams. So it doesn't matter that much. Anyways, Inefa, 330. In this team, we probably go Kitane, yeah. But I really don't know what we go for the set. Anyways, damage percent for Singto, we probably just lose the emblem. So we can go the support set instead. Yelan stays on the same thing. Wait. Or do we go carry set Llama? Flop Inefa? Support set Singto Deepwood Yelan? Dude, I don't know. I hate that idea so much. Holy TC, yeah. Or we get, like, no attack on Inefa here. I've seen least. No, again, I've said it multiple times already. If the 2.8 was real, that footage wouldn't be hitting for 300k, it'd be hitting for 900k. Anyways. 110 plus 187 times 2 plus 6% of total attack. Is that it? No. Plus 120 from the support set. Plus 80 from... Do we go flop or do we go, like, gilded? For now, we'll look at flop. No, for now, we'll go gilded. Yeah. This is gonna be the lunar charge damage. He gets 10%. No. Yes, no. 20% from the two sets. One on Singso, one on Llama. Anyways, we lose emblem for this. I'm actually gonna fucking knock this down by 1 so I can write the sets. What are the names of the new sets? Sick. 6.0 set 2. Amazing. Yeah. Okay. Set 1. Gilded Dreams. Set 2. Deepwood. Yeah, we don't have any other direct lunar charge damage, right? Yeah. So, yeah, multiplier, Hyperbloom. Yeah, multiplier, Lunar Bloom. This is going to be for lunar charge. This is true. Yeah. Yep. Damage percent, 1, 12%. 0%. Grid value, 98.4. 62.2. 20 times 6.6. Effective attack, 1. That's the skill damage. And skill effective attack. That's burst effective attack. This is lunar charge effective attack. This is lunar charge proc. Or sorry, Hyperbloom proc. It's gonna be lunar charge proc. 2604 times multiplier lunar charge times red multiplier. Right? Yeah. Motion value 1. Enough. Swedish. Apparently the letter S is Swedish. 146.9 plus 163.2 times 10. 150.6. And 65 times 3 times 10. Number of Hyperblooms. We hit 10 times, so that's an upper limit of 20. In practice, you're probably getting about 17. Number of lunar charges. This one's kind of sus. Number of lunar charges is probably going to be like a total of 5 procs. 4 procs. 5 procs per rotation. With 3 of them with Singtel and 2 of them with Yelan, and none of them with 3. Okay. This is electro damage, so it's times 0.9. This is electro damage, so it's times 0.9. This is electro damage, so it's times 0.9. This is dendro damage. And this is electro damage. Yeah. Okay. Let's also adapt the rest. We removed emblem from both of these. We didn't add the set here, so plus 80 and 60 CV. Is that it? I think so. No, we also need 20% here. 68. Yeah. 20 on these as well. Yeah. Yeah. PGS just posted a Flynn's video. We can take a look at that in a minute. Okay. Yeah. This is dog shit. Cool. Did you give crit to Hyperbloom? Yeah. I put it in the Hyperbloom damage directly, I think. Yeah. Times 1.15. Thank you, Virtus. You put in the res, yeah. Although technically, I forgot the 6% of total attack here. Yeah. So 90k. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure this is not the best combination of sets, honestly. Yeah. Flop is slightly better than Gilded on Unefa. Then that's worse. Damn, okay. Although this should not be 55, this should be 40. Wait, what? Did I now add the 120 EM? I didn't. I'm an idiot. Wait, also, I gotta do these things. Yeah. Forgot to probably change the lunar charge damage. But anyways, 48.6. .7. Yeah. You're taking Loma EM from first CALCS everywhere? Am I? Oh yeah, you're right. That doesn't change much though. I guess it does change a little bit actually. So I want to unlock it. Okay. Get this down by 1 so I can write the sets here as well. So Loma, Deepwood, Raiden, Flop, Singso, Emblem, Elon, Emblem. Actually, I'm kind of curious. What if you say fuck Emblem on Singto? For 60 EM. For the new support set. And 10 LUNAR-BLOOM damage. That's better. Okay. Even at 60 EM, it's already better. That's crazy. The carry set won't be better here, though. Because the 60 EM is something that buffs the damage of your actual team's carry, which is Raiden. Whereas the carry set on Llama, yeah. What about Instructor? I don't think it's better. True. Village versus Cookie. Depends on how your rotations are done. Cookie rotations are so much harder to do well. I hate them. But if you sim it perfectly, it's probably not that far behind. Because you're gated more by the speed of your core generation than you are by the speed at which you hit the cores. So slightly slower Electro isn't that big of a deal if it's full uptime. ENF has much slower Electro though, which is why it's not as good. Who's the best force long other than Elon? That's a good question. I don't know. Maybe it's just Nahida. Official. Maybe. Who knows? I know. I know's just so ass, man. One high drop every 2 seconds is just so fucking pathetic. Alright. It's time. Okay. We gotta figure out what we do here. So, Llama, Nilo, Singto, Baiju is probably what I default to. With on-field either Llama or Baiju. Probably Llama, so you can make sure you hold E every 12 seconds reliably. I think Baiju on set 2, Loma on Deepwood, Nilo on 2Ps, and Singto on flop is what you want. No, is it? I don't know. I'm not sure what your aura would look like with this team. Maybe this is too much Hydro and Singto doesn't have enough ownership. Why not Farina if we have a healer already? Because Singto's a lot more damage than Farina in this team. It's not even close. I know's cope as fuck here. Maybe we don't do flop. Kokomi Nahida. Guys, stop recommending teams that are worse than what I'm trying to calc right now, okay? Maybe you put Singto on set 2 and Baiju on flop. Or Baiju on Deepwood, Loma on Gilded. Actually, wait. Chat, I'm getting inspired. Baiju on Instructor. No, Baiju on set 2, Singto on Instructor. Because I don't know if you get AR requirements with Baiju on Instructor. And we kind of want healing on him. Okay, Llama definitely does not go for the craftable. She goes for the other one. She goes for the event catalyst for 405 EM. So 405 EM. I don't know if you go crit here. We probably still do. EM Ascension, EM main stats, sub stats. What was it 60 from? That was from the set. We now get 120 from the set. We have Dendro Resonance. That's another 100. She's on Deepwood, so she doesn't get any from her own set. I think that's it. Allow for shorter rotations. You don't have rotations in this team. You have buttons you press when they're available. Set 2 EM. Yeah, I've included that. It's here. LUNAR-BLOOM damage is going to be 10% only. Oh yeah, we also are putting Instructor. I forbore. We also have Instructor. And we have Nilo passive. That's true. Oh yeah, you're right. It's one. We don't have two characters. We only have one. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Alright, damage percent, sure. About 30. Something similar for the motion value. Like, in practice, you're swapping between Llama and Baiju, but it doesn't matter which one's attacking, really. Crit value, this is fine. Crit multiplier, sure. Effective attack, sure. So, Bloom, proc, Bloom 1, Bloom 2. I guess B1, proc, B2, proc. Number of B1, number of B2. Damage B1, damage B2. B1 proc is this times 2/3. Yup. We also have additional stuff from the EM multiplier from Nilo's passive. So let's open that. Nilo, where are you? Nilo, there you are. Every 1,000 point of HP, So Nilo's total HP minus 30k divided by 1,000, every 1,000 point of HP over 30k, is 9%. It's minimum of 400% this. And at 30k, yeah, okay. This times 1 plus this plus this. Nilo base HP, 15,185. HP percent. HP main stat times 3. New sword, 64. HP percent ascension. 2-piece, 2-piece. Substats. Hydro resonance. Oops. Flat HP is going to be around 7k, because flat HP is the only stat you're looking for in your HP percent main stat. Do you even go 2-piece with a new sword? Yes. Yes, you do. Isn't it only 32% with 1 non-cry? Oh shit! Are you a genius? Am I an idiot? You might be a genius and I might be an idiot. Yeah. Fuck. I mean, we still use it, right? Damn, that's tragic. EM. So, what do we have for EM? We have 60 from new set, 120 from Instructor. We have 100 from Nilo's passive, about 80 from substats. We have 100 from Resonance. Is that it? Maybe? There's still Instructor. This was Instructor. I think that's it. LUNAR-BLOOM percent doesn't matter because we don't do any LUNAR-BLOOM, but it's technically 10. Enderres is 80. Oh yeah, you're right. Enderres in these teams is 80, not 100. True. Okay. Yeah, multiplier, Hyperbloom. Why? Okay. It's not Hyperbloom, it's Bloom, but whatever. Okay. This doesn't matter, but whatever. Okay. Damage percent on Nilo, we have like nothing, right? Like actually literally 0. Yeah. But also, I wonder if you ever do Kave instead of Baiju. Probably not, but it'd be funny. Crit value. Crit multiplier. Effective at HP. Bloom proc. Yeah. And then Bloom proc without Llama's passive. Motion value 31.3. 38.3. Which one is the one you use? Swirling steps. So it's the second one. Okay. 5.68. 7.74. 8.75. 8.6. And then the shred. Here is a little bit lower, not 0.225. We only have 25 shred, so 1.075. No, that's not true. It's 1.15 because we have Saint South shred. Oh. We haven't actually added the stuff yet, but it's okay. Anyways, Instructor, we have we still go on Fab. I don't think we go the buff sword. Why is it only 10%? Doesn't Llama increase it from her kit as well? Yeah, but I put that somewhere else because it's a different multiplier. I could have had an additional line for it, but I didn't want to bother. Okay, so we don't have attack sands anymore. We have less attack substats as well. EM is 139 times 2. I'm gonna sneeze. Sorry. Plus 187. Plus about 100 in substats. We also get 120 from Instructor, 80 from Instructor 2-piece, 60 from set 2, 100 from Nilo. Is that it? Didn't include any substats or resonance. Okay. Damage percent. We don't have this shit no more. Or this. Crit value. Goodbye. I don't know, like fucking 150 or some shit. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Something's gotta be wrong, no? There we go. Baiju. We probably can't go full EM on Baiju. We probably need healing. His damage is basically nothing, though. We just need the EM stuff, right? Because if you're building full EM, or full HP, you don't have any attack. Oh wait, doesn't Baiju also buff Bloom damage? Only to the active character. It's like 60% only to Loma. Oh yeah, he also buffs LUNAR-BLOOMs, right? How much? .7%. So if it's 60, it'd be like 20% ish. Probably more like 80 actually. Oh no, because it's not full uptime. But this one is probably like 25. Something like this, whatever, more or less. EM on Baiju is gonna be 120, 60. Substats, resonance, Nilo. Is that it? I guess it is, right? Alright, it's now time to figure out how many fucking blooms we're getting. Oh man. So, we're mainly gated by Dendroap. Loma has like 15. Baiju has like 9-ish. Total of probably a little bit. Probably around 25 Dendroaps. So that's at least 25 blooms, but likely more. Let's say that 15 of those apps are Dendro on Hydro, and the rest is Hydro and Dendro, which would give you 15 split between Loma and Baiju, and then 20 split between Nilo and Singto. Which would be, since you're on fielding Loma more, a 10, 5. Oh, I put it on the damage, not on the number. Oops. 10, 5. And since Singto has a much faster app than Nilo, 5, 15. That's a lot. That's single target Nilo. But I might be completely off mark. I need to see some proper like rotation footage to be confident. But here's the problem, okay? You self DPS for about 4K. Baiju heals enough. 83k self-damage per rotation. Dendro shields. I mean, they're small. They're pretty small, man. Doesn't Singso reduce? Nope, it does not. Singso doesn't reduce transformative damage. It's not 1-to-1 and his heal is AoE. Only the skill heal, not the burst heal. How much does Siwan Loma heal? I mean, in this team, Siwan Loma would be healing around 7k every 2 seconds. Which isn't actually enough to offset the self-damage. That's funny. I mean, that plus iframes from using your burst at the right time might be enough, but I don't know. And the blooms crit you? No, they can't. So I guess it's a little bit less self-damage. That's true. Oh, weapon is Baiju on? I think right now I just have him on 5. You could have him on something else, though. Okay, if we assume that you get about 20 instead with 12-8, right, that's 12-16, 8-4, then 16, 4, 12, right? You're at 88k instead. And I don't know. I don't know how realistic these things are. I need to see some footage of Loma up. In these teams. Why is Nilo base attack 15k? Nilo's not an attack scaler, she's an HP scaler, and I'm not gonna write 4 additional lines just for that. Anyways. Yeah, we can watch the TGS video. Is Flynn's cooked without Inefa?
Guys, 6.0 info is finally here. A new era of Genshin is beginning, and there is a lot to unpack. Since it's the first patch of the region, there are new characters, new artifacts, new weapons, but in this video I will just focus on Flynn's. Still, since it's obviously synergizing with a lot of the new things as well, like the artifacts, some characters, it's impossible not to look at the other things to an extent while talking about Flynn's. Anyway, Flynn's is a 5-star Electro main DPS, and is a polyarm user. His stats look quite standard for the role, with high base attack as it is its main scaling stat, and a crit damage ascension stat.
Okay,
His archetype is that of a lunar twice, despite being a character from a new energy. Both versions only do damage, but long story short, even if the dirty energy version does less damage by itself, you will deal more damage throughout the whole rotation if you focus on using that instead, because you will be able to use it multiple times. In this regard, the Flames works just like Bareza, even the energy values are exactly the same. So yeah, while it makes his kit more articulated, it's really nothing new. A thing to keep in mind here is that his skill only has a 16 seconds long cooldown, and his 30 cost burst has no cooldown besides the limitation of only being activated by his special skill, so his rotations can and should be pretty short. This means that characters that typically function on longer rotations due to their cooldowns, so like Yelan with their 18 seconds cooldowns, Furina with 20 seconds long cooldowns, and Xingqiu with 21 seconds long cooldowns, are a bit penalized by default. Despite fitting in Electro charge teams thanks to being Hydro. The other thing to keep in mind is that a lot of Flame's damage comes from a lunar charge. While a lot of his attacks come from his skill, none of that counts as lunar charge damage. Meanwhile, all of the damage coming from his special burst counts as lunar charge, and that actually makes up for most of his output. In case you don't know, direct lunar charge damage is really strong because its values are tripled compared to the base multiplier, and also it ignores the enemy's defense. Furthermore, pretty much all of Flame's passives are focused around this type of damage, as he only gets reaction damage and elemental mastery buffs from them. As a result, his beast damage is kind of an ignored part of his kit, and currently only a way to enable his true source of damage, which is the elemental burst. Remember that lunar charge works similarly to electro charge, and as such it doesn't benefit from normal damage bonus supports like Yelan and Fiorina. This makes the two of them even less synergistic with Flames. Lastly, the final thing to keep in mind here is that as a Nodcry character, Flames is tied to a new mechanic, which is called Moon Sign. Moon Sign, in short, basically refers to how many Nodcry characters you have on the team, because each of them will provide a Moon Sign level through their passives. It goes up to 2 as of right now, and for each level it will enable new effects for characters on the team. This is similar to Night Soul Burst from Natlan, whose cooldown got lower the more Natlan characters you had on the team, and was the only way to get some passive effects. Some of the requirements are trivial, however. For example, Flame's Burst requires a Moon Sign stage to deal some additional damage, but you only need 1 Moon Sign level to achieve it, which of course will be granted by Flames himself. Some of it, specifically the abilities that
Isn't Ascendant the second one?
require 2 levels instead, are more restricted.
This says Ascendant. This also says Ascendant. Gleam is 1, Ascendant is 2. This is Ascendant Gleam. That's not what the 2 levels are called, man. It's Nascent Gleam and Ascendant Gleam.
You only need 1 Moon Sign level to achieve it, which of course will be granted by Flames himself. Some of it, specifically the abilities that require 2 levels instead, are more restrictive from a team standpoint, and that is the case for Flame's passive, which provides him a lunar charge damage increase, but with the requirement of having 2 Nodcry characters on the team. Now, for Flames specifically, having 2 Nodcry characters on the team is not that big of a deal, because the lunar charge damage increase he gets from it is not that big of a damage boost. However, when looking at the bigger picture, it becomes more of a requirement. Flame's signature set is a new one that's coming out next patch, and its bonuses are tied to Moon Sign in the same way. Specifically, as it stands, you will need 1 Nodcry character to get 15% crit rate from it, and 2 to get 30% from it. So, even though for Flame specifically it's not that big of a deal, you will realistically always need a second Nodcry character on his teams because of the artifact. Now, yesterday the situation was a bit different because Moon Sign levels went up to 3 originally, and every effect that required Moon Sign to function required an additional Moon Sign level than it currently does. So, for example, Flames needed 3 Nodcry characters on the team instead of 2 to get the lunar charge damage bonus. Artifact set previously gave 15% crit rate with 2 Nodcry characters and 45% with 3, which was just a catastrophic limitation to get to the full effects of the set. Now it gives only 30% at full stacks, which is lower, but the trade-off is that it's not nearly as restrictive, so maybe it's a win. This means that a lot of the Doom posts that happened yesterday about his kit doesn't apply today. Specifically, it was about his team flexibility, which was extremely valid, but now since you only need 2 Nodcry characters on the team, it's not that much.
Isn't this a Columbina nerf? Kind of, but like, it's not a Columbina nerf, right? Nothing actually got nerfed. Everything just got buffed a little. And this was never 45. It's still 45 now? No, it was never 45. That was just people misunderstanding something.
An issue in my opinion. To be fair, it still kind of sucks to have this requirement in the artifact set as well. I think it's a first, needing multiple characters from the same region to get the full effects of a set, but at least it's not 3, because previously you needed to have enough on the team, unlimited 5-star, to get the full effects for these artifacts for Flames, otherwise you were screwed. Now, Flames' reliance on Inefa is still very much a talking point, probably the biggest talking point about this character. Does Flames need Inefa to function? The answer to this question is better visualized through the team calculations I've prepared. But first, let me remind you that if you enjoy my content but you haven't subbed yet, please consider doing so, because it really makes me notice your support. So, how much does Flames need Inefa? A lot. Inefa is simply the best DPS Flames has for these electrocharge teams, and it's not particularly close. She deals way more damage than any other cool.
Okay, that's not the graph I would have used. I don't think it's sure.
And she also provides a shield on top of that, which is really nice role consolidation and allows you to use the other slots on the team entirely for offensive purposes. I've made a couple calculations, one of which is a scenario where Aino is replacing Inefa as the moon sign support for the team.
Aino replacing Inefa? Where? Oh, like here? Yep. Makes sense. That's a little bit lower than what I got. Oh, I think TJS doesn't burst every rotation on Inefa. Yeah, and Inefa's on Gilded. Chat, Kitane enjoyers rise up. Burst every rotation Inefa.
As you can see, the drop-off from Lucky Inefa is pretty significant. Compared to how Kinich and Emily were, I think this is worse. Flames is definitely more reliant on Inefa, because at least Emily could still be replaced by Furina. Emily was best in slot, but Furina was almost just as good with a core of Bennett and Shaling on Kinich's team. While for Inefa, that's not the case at all. In his best teams, however, he's looking pretty good, but not insanely impressive as of right now. I've calculated this with a low Constellation Aino in mind, so theoretically it can get even better, but Flames on this composition is already looking...
Okay, it should be more than 7 Lunar Charge triggers, because you have full uptime Hydro app and full uptime Electro app. You should be at 9 pretty easily.
Competitive with some of Vareza's best teams, Vareza being the unquestionable best Electro DPS.
Kinich Furnico gotta go. Bro does 3 gun shots on that team. I mean, sure, but if you compare it to the other teams that were available on Kinich release, it was pretty similar. Alright, we didn't have Mawika or Rionson for the last slot.
In the game, and the arguable third best DPS as a whole. Note that Sucrose works really well with Flames, because unlike a character like Kazuha, who provides damage bonus through his swirls, and as such doesn't buff Lunar Charge damage through that, Sucrose provides Elemental Mastery, which is much more valuable. On top of that, she can use the Drilling Tails weapon, which provides high attack percent bonuses. As a whole, Flames looks pretty strong in his best teams, but quite average otherwise. I wouldn't say his reliance to Inefa is as strong.
No, Aino's complete dog shit. I don't know how the fuck the Aino Cope started. Alright, I don't know what leaker was like, oh my god, Aino is the star of 6.0. They're fucking lying, okay? Aino is like technically better than Hydro MC, I guess. Fucking worthless, stupid ass character. Okay, she is garbage. The thing is, Flynn's doesn't have a good Hydro slot, right? Like, he's part of the power creep trend, right? So, he's got, like, some pretty good personal numbers. And his cooldown is 16 seconds. But because his numbers are so good, making your rotation a little bit longer so you're allowed to use Yelan for 18-second cooldown, Singto for 21, Farina for 20, all feels like complete dog shit. And because of that, even though Aino's pretty awful, she's still who you want to use, because her cooldowns line up with Flynn's. But that's not Aino being good, that's just everyone being bad. Yeah, like, Aino's pretty interchangeable with C6 Candace. That's how you know it's not a good sign.
something like Skirk's Alliance to Escoffier, for example, because Escoffier just does more for the team than Inefa does, but it's still a big difference, and that blows, because Inefa just came out this patch. She's a limited 5-star, and so if you pull for her, pulling for Flames in the next patch won't be easy. And with this, I'm done for today. If you enjoyed
I don't know. I'm pretty sure these are not the min-max weapon stuff. Like I'm gonna look at my assumptions, right? We'll look at the Ino team, C0 Ino. This one. And we'll change a few things. So let's do burst every other rotation in Efa with Missive Windspear. 5, 10, 41.3, 24, 96, divided by 2. Divided by 2. Divided by 2. I guess it's not that much worse. Why is the difference so high then? He's on Gilded? That's true. That's another thing. But still. I guess I'm assuming a little bit more Flynn's uptime. There's no shot N4C lasts 6 seconds. I'm assuming more attacks in total. Right, if N4C is enough to get your skill cooldown back, it means your attacks are less than 1 attack per second. On a polearm character, no shot. And if I change it, it's a bit closer. Anyways. Right, like if I change that, oops. I change that, and I also reduce the total amount of lunar charges from 8 to 7. Yeah, and we have 101k, which is halfway between TTDS and down. Yep, okay, but... Actually, I don't need any of this. Okay. From racist nation to another racist nation? Yeah, I know. Also, chat, I need to go spend my resin on the other account I forbore. Oopsie. I might not be capped though, because I killed some electro hypostasis off stream yesterday. Took 6 hours to spend resin, true. What are your plans on this account now? I'm definitely not going for Inefa. That's 100%. 100% decided. We're skipping Inefa, we're skipping Flynn's. Oh shit. I logged in next to a bird and I hit it. That's crazy. Oh shit, we're capped. Ah! Okay, any EU helpers that are AR-58 or higher whose world I can join? You getting Loma? I don't think so. But maybe. I mean, maybe I should get Flynn's on this account, actually. Because Flynn's, like, Dolphin vertical investment is so good. Right? Because his C1 is so fucking good. And most likely, Columbina's also gonna have a good C1. Anyways, come help me with the electro hypostasis. We're pre-farming Fischl. Really, I probably don't need your help. I can probably do this by myself. That hits, right? It doesn't hit. Oh my god, I don't want to talk about it. I was sure it was gonna hit. Because, like, you can hit it when it's up, but I guess the hitbox was too high. Cooked. Alright. Let's think now. Do I actually go Inefa? Right, because, like, if I want to do vertical investment Flynn's, right? Flynn's C2 with Inefa is at 170k. That's 4 or 5 stars. It's not as good as Malika. I think what I would do is probably stop at C1, right? If I can even get all the way there, right? Which is, it's possible I can't. Should wait a few beta patches. Yeah, the thing is, if I do decide to go for Inefa, it lets me get my primos from this abyss, right? Like, yeah, Inefa's not good for this abyss, but I think I can still have her carry my ass. I don't have Sucrose, so maybe not, though. It's so little primos. Yeah, but you gotta think about it this way. If I don't do it now, and I end up doing it later, it costs me the same amount of primos. Also, please teleport out so it respawns, thank you. It costs me the same amount of primos, but I don't get the 150 from this. Alright, that doesn't target them. Oh, it is what it is. we got 4. Nice. You'll need to get a 4 one time. To make it cost 1 less boss. Who are you farming this boss for? I'm farming it for Official. I got Official Instincts out from this banner, so... Those are the next 2 characters I'm building. Just wasted my TDDS like an idiot. I guess we want that. Do I have another Hydro Goblet? I don't. Let's see how this goes then. Meh. Rip. It's fine. It's for the future Yu'lon that I'm definitely gonna get on this account. Okay. That's good. That's alright. Not good, but not bad either. Yeah. Nice. Min-roll, but I'll take it. Wait, was that a min-roll? No, it wasn't. It was a low roll. Take Yu'lon base. Yeah, it's a pretty good Yu'lon base if I end up getting Yu'lon, but I don't think I will. But maybe Columbina's going to be an HP scaler. Who knows? What con are Official Instincts? Oh, they're both C0. Bro is saving his burst for not cry, man. Are you aren't buying 4 stars from the shop on this account? No, I'm not. How many wishes do you have right now? That's a good question. I don't know. I guess I'll log that, sure. So I have 10,000 primos, 0 wishes. So yeah, not that much, but not nothing either. I have a lot of standing wishes on the map. Full seat Lolly? No. Doesn't do anything. Ooh, I'll take my Moika side from requiring 1 minute and 30 seconds to 1 minute and 10. And my other side is gonna be still over 10 minutes. friendship level on Eon song. Crazy. Part of me kind of wants to go for this, but I know it's bait. I know it's Omega bait. But yeah. Honestly, there's a chance that what I end up doing is I end up skipping Inefa and going for Flynn's anyways, and grabbing Inefa on a rerun. Because I can't really get enough primos that obtaining Inefa and C1 Flynn's is realistic. And Flynn's with Inefa and C1 Flynn's without Inefa perform fairly similarly. But that's one less character I have to build. How good is Loma? Loma honestly looks like, as of 6.0 release, she's gonna be the strongest 6.0 character. She's strong, yeah. The thing is, Llama, unlike Flynn's, fits in already good archetypes, right? How good is Loma for Nilo? Very good. Like when I did this thing, right? If we replace Loma for Nahida, right? In this team with the assumptions of what was that? 20 blooms total, right? If we replace Loma for Nahida, we don't actually get more EM on anyone other than Nahida herself. Right? Because that's your on-fielder. Nahida personal damage is lower than Loma's personal damage. Right? Like, you basically just don't have the lunar charge bullshit. And we don't have this thing. We don't have the 1.15 either. And we don't have the shred. Right? This is Nahida. This is Loma.
곤충은 대개 빛을 따라 움직이는 본능이 있어. 인간도 마찬가지야. 다만 우리는 그 빛을 희망이라고 부르지.
right? And if you have more blooms, right, you have like 25. Now your team DPS that run 105k instead. Alright, but like, look at the fucking difference, man. Like 65% more team DPS. Alright, if you look at the current Nilo sims, right? Nilo, Nahida, Singto. We sort by highest and we ignore the like Omega fake bullshit. We ignore the 2-target stuff. Oh, they don't have single target Singto ones. That's crazy. That is crazy. Other than with Kokomi, which is fake as fuck. I don't know if I can filter by only target count 1. But yeah, this is like free to play single target Nilo. Like 57k-ish. Right? 57k-ish. 54k. No, that's 2 target number, yeah. So 58k, 54k. Alright, but like this is more or less where the stronger ones hover. Right? Loma instead of Nahida, if you're not struggling with Dendrop, which these teams kind of aren't, it's just outright like over 60% more team DPS. That being said, though, do keep in mind that it's still a massive grain of salt for now. What about Loma plus Nahida? What's the point of that? Nilo, Nahida, Kokomi, Loma. Why Kokomi, Nahida instead of Singto Baiju? You get more reactions with Singto Baiju. And Baiju's healing is so much more comfortable than Kokomi's healing. Maybe the Kokomi one is slightly better in AoE, but good luck not dying in AoE with that team, by the way. Alright, when I was looking at the self-damage, that was assuming single target. Right? You're like probably over 7k self-DPS in AoE. Full healing Kokomi doesn't out-heal that, by the way. Yeah, just play Baiju, basically. No, Baiju can Yaya work? Maybe. Probably. It's probably fine, at least. Anyways. Anyways, I think that might be it for today. We'll definitely keep going with the League TC tomorrow. We'll might take a look at some Virgin stuff, although I don't know how much I care about that. We'll take a look at the new event weapon on Walani. Remind me to do that. We'll record our first impressions video on the 6.0 characters. Actually, should I record them now? I'm a little bit tired. Alright, chat. I think I'm gonna grab something to drink and something to eat. We'll watch something else, and we'll eat while we're watching, and then we'll record our first impression stuff. I'm back. Okay. Let's watch Inefa Feels Like a Prank. Oh boy.
Inefa is finally here, and it feels like her potential is quite conflicting. Because on one hand, Inefa's personal damage is actually really nice. but the new Lunar Charge reaction itself that Ineffa enables for the team, not so much. Which is ironic because she needs this reaction to do good damage herself. I know it sounds weird, but I'll fully explain why that is. However, there's definitely some interesting ways you can build and play Ineffa right now. In fact, some of the weapon and artifact loadouts I will showcase really surprised me, and frankly, out of 14 plus teams I will show to you, a good amount of them ended up performing really well. So if you're interested in learning what's the best way to build Ineffa right now, or if you want to understand the peculiar situation she's in, and use that info to decide if she's worth pulling for, well, keep watching this video. Okay, so there's a lot of things I want to show you about Ineffa, but I will keep things simple when it comes to explaining her kit because other creators already did that, and instead, I want to focus on showcasing Ineffa by going over her pros and cons, as well as her builds and teams because, from what I've seen, there's some stuff here others haven't covered yet. Plus, I also want to share my thoughts about her at the end because I do think we need to talk about her current state. Alright, let's first start off with Ineffa using Kitane Crossspear. While its damage potential is on the lower end when compared to other polearms shown here, Ineffa does require a good amount of energy recharge, so this craftable spear is perfect for that. And then she's also equipped with Gilded Dreams Force set, but I'll cover many other artifact sets later on in the video. Also, her talents are raised to levels 9, 10, and 10, and of course, she's Constellation 0. Now, on the first look, her kit seems super convoluted, and you'd be right about that. But it's really just the new shenanigans that Lunar Charge reaction brings into the game. And in reality, all you have to do with Ineffa when playing her as off-field support is just use the skill and then burst. Or sometimes it's better to use skill, swap out to use Ineffa's normal attack talent, and that's because you can play her as a hyper carry in a few teams. First one I tried out was good old Shenyun Plunge team with C6 Benny and Farina. While Farina's damage percent buff is almost useless for her skill and burst, it is pretty good when Ineffa does her pyro plunging vapes. On top of that, I equipped her with Hunter's set, since HP drain allows her to obtain that big beefy 36% critical rate, and overall, yeah, it's a fun team that can cause overvape reactions together with Lunar Charged. Also, notice how with Benny's attack boost, her Lunar Charge hit that scales with attack is hitting for over 70k damage. Pretty crazy. You could also go for free-to-play variant. Sucrose, C6 Benny, and Xingqiu. It won't be as good as Plunge comp, but it's still pretty decent. I was using Ballad of the Fjords along with Gilded Set here, and by the way, those of you who are crazy enough to get this polearm from Battle Pass at Refinement 5, that massive 240 EM boost is quite significant, both in this team and many others. So it's a really good 4-star weapon for Ineffa. In fact, the best, and only behind few other 5-stars. But what about Ineffa in Bloom teams? Well, with Nahida, you definitely want to bring 2 Hydro units, since otherwise, it's hard to get rid of that little Gremlin's Dendro aura. But overall, it's a decent team. I wouldn't call it crazy, and I was even using Staff of Scarlet Sands, the second best weapon option for her along with Gilded Set. The problem with this team is that there's no proper driver. Ineffa only deals white damage with her normals, so those attacks end up being suboptimal. Another similar team I tried out, but this time Quick Bloom with Sino, it's about the same, maybe better or worse, depending on how you pilot it, and ironically, it's better to give him his own signature here, and then use some other weapon on Ineffa. In my case, I went with Calamity Queller, since it's pretty decent on her. Now, moving over to some more serious teams, Nuvolette, Shalona, and Farina is a gold standard in the meta, and I did try my luck squeezing in Ineffa here. In fact, she was only equipped with a double 2-piece 18% attack sets along with Favonius Lance, just to test the waters. And it's alright. Obviously, support off-field Ineffa is best utilized with Tenacity set, but Nuvolette doesn't care about attack. On the flip side, if you go for Taser team with Nuvi, he could be equipped with TTDS in a team with Benny and Kazuha to hyper boost Ineffa's Lunar Charge damage, while Nuvi is the on-fielder. It's an alright team. You could probably drop Benny and use other Electro or Hydro option too. Another fan favorite I'm sure is the free-to-play Taser with the Bros, Auroran, and Aoife, along with Xingqiu. It felt pretty nice. I made sure Ineffa was just equipped with Kitane Spear and Gilded Set to live the life of free-to-play, and while it won't shatter records, it's not the worst team, but definitely not the best either. Although, it depends on the enemy, and I'll talk about that in a moment. Finally, let's go through all the Ineffa support variations while using Tenacity set. Not only does it give a nice 20% attack boost, but also makes her shield better too. And with this set, I tried many teams. For example, Cloran, who was equipped with Eshu's sword, loved it. Although she didn't really dish out that much damage compared to Ineffa, which is funny because this means Ineffa's damage is almost power creeping Cloran here, and she's supposed to be a support. Then I tried a couple of overbaked teams. It felt especially good with Arlecchino. This team of Benny, Xingqiu, and Nefa felt super synergistic. I mean, heck, might as well try Hu Tao comp. Instead of Benny, I use Xilonen, and while you might say it's bad if Xilonen's Cinder City doesn't buff electro damage, well, as you already know, Nefa barely cares about it, so this team works just fine. But of course, who can forget the Natlan heroes? Chaska felt extremely good while playing with Nefa, although one funny thing I've noticed is that giving Chaska VV set instead of Obsidian Codex usually results in better team damage, because now not only Chaska's Rainbow Bullets get the Rest Red benefits, but also Nefa's Looter Charge and even skill and burst attacks benefit from this. Then as for Mavuika, what can I say? When her burst deals as much damage as Nefa's entire kit, I mean, they're fine together. And also, note I'm using C6 Mavuika here. But even at C0, her synergy with Nefa is a little awkward, since there's no good Hydro Night Soul unit to maintain Lunar Charged. Lani is just sitting sad in the corner right now. And then finally we have Varessa. It's a pretty good team variation. I liked Nefa using Favonius here, and one of the teams I used was with Shenyun and Farina, but you could go for something like this as well. Still, I didn't really cover Thundering Fury's set, but from the initial calcs, it's decent, but the skill cooldown reduction barely matters, and that 20% damage to Lunar Charge isn't that amazing to be honest. But I'd say you could still throw this set on a Nefa and feel absolutely fine. Same goes for a Noblesse set. If you don't have any of the other sets I've showcased, this one is also decent. Look, the thing is, right now I would say Tenacity is best general set for boosting everyone's attack, while Gilded set is a bit better when it comes to improving your Nefa's personal damage. But in reality, I wouldn't bother farming right now either of the sets. Just use whichever one you have, because it's clear from the hints that have been left all over the place, 6.0 is probably going to introduce some kind of a new set for lunar reaction units.
Yeah, so it turns out, no, not really actually, but hey, it is what it is, I guess.
And in that case, I would just save up my resin for when that set comes out. If it doesn't come out, or if it's not that great for her, well, then either Tenacity or Gilded is your best bet. And then as for weapons, I feel like her signature is very powerful on her. Like, it will always be clear in showcases when she's using Fractured Halo, because it gives a massive boost to Lunar Charge damage. And as long as her energy recharge requirements are met, usually around 140 to 160%, this weapon will be just a different experience when using anything else, sadly. So, what do I think about the Go-Go Robot Vacuum Lady? I think her potential right now feels sort of locked. The new reaction feels underwhelming.
Potential bot.
It's only good enough to enable her own personal damage, and she doesn't even have a dedicated artifact set. Well, at least as of making this video. I kinda wish she was more like Nilo, who technically also changed the way how Bloom works, but at least with her, you could throw together a bunch of teams and still cackle in madness as you see groups of enemies vanish into the void. But I get it. Nefa is still work in progress. Nadekrai will be introducing more stuff to do with lunar reactions, and it's not just me speculating. The livestream cast confirmed this, so I do hope that Lunar Charge becomes wackier or stronger.
I think it's time. Everyone say hi to YouTube. I'll put the stream marker, don't worry. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To a first look into Nodcry. We've had our actual proper leakers for all three of the upcoming 6.0 characters. And not just the characters. We also now know about the upcoming weapons, the upcoming artifact sets. So let's just get right into it. Small disclaimer. We've only had the information stuff for a day, and stuff is still changing, honestly. So keep keep in mind that you should take all of this with a very, 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 very large grain of salt. Like a rock of salt. Like a mountain of salt. And stay tuned. Subscribe to the channel. Look forward to the pre-release videos that I'll make on... I'm not making a video on Ino, fuck that character. But I'll make a pre-release video on both Llama and Flynn's. And yeah. But before we look at the characters, let's look at the like system stuff. So first is moon sign effect. So you guys might have been thinking previously, man, I heckin' hate Night Soul mechanics. I don't like how enemies keep like basically requiring me to have Natlan characters to deal with their void shields. Or I don't like how activating my support set is now like I can't use the support set as well on characters that are not from Natlan. Well, honestly, you should have kept your damn mouth shut. Because things in Nograi are looking to be a lot worse. The region mechanic for Nograi is the moon sign. Basically, the moon is going to be on a different phase based on the number of Nograi characters you have on your team. If you have one Nograi character on your team, it will be in Nascent Gleam. If you have two, it will be an Ascendant. Just remember that 2 is Ascendant and the other one is 1. And there's a lot of things, both on character kits and artifacts, that actually require 2. In other words, you know how you use Cinder City on your Natlan supports, even on teams that aren't supporting Natlan characters? Like if you're playing like Fischl, Chevreuse, Chlorine, Mauika, a lot of people will put Mauika on Cinder City there. Well, for the Nograi characters, the support set is pretty worthless if you don't have 2 Nograi characters on the team. But yeah, so that's the first thing, right? Is the moon sign mechanic. Just keep in mind, Ascendant is 2, the other one is 1. Second thing is LUNAR-BLOOM. Honestly, I think this is not true. I'm pretty sure this leak is fake as fuck, okay? I know that usually when stuff makes it to HumDGCat, it's not fake, but I'm pretty sure it's fake, or they data mined this from a version that is different from the version that was pushed out on beta. Because if this formula is real, then the numbers that we saw on the fucking... We've had a few, like, team showcase leaks. And if this formula is real, the numbers don't make sense. The numbers make a very large amount of sense if this 2.8 is just not supposed to be there. And it's just fake. And I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure it's just fake as fuck. So keep in mind for my assumptions when I talk about Llama's kit, because Llama's the only character that's gonna get LUNAR-BLOOM stuff, I am assuming that the 2.8 is not there. If the 2.8 is there, full EM hyper carry Llama is gonna be the best character in the game. Nukes for over 1 million every 12 seconds with her whole D. It can't be real. It just can't. There's no way it's real. So let's just, yeah. In any case, you might be thinking, okay, LUNAR-BLOOM, that means we get a new, like, way that the reaction functions, kind of like how we got for Lunar Charge. Honestly, no. We're not actually allowed to have fun. We're not actually allowed to have fun. When you have Llama on the team, kind of like when you have Inefa on the team, it changes your Bloom reactions to LUNAR-BLOOM. What does LUNAR-BLOOM do? The exact same thing as Bloom. LUNAR-BLOOM is just Bloom, but the font is different. In practice, what LUNAR-BLOOM does is it creates a core and it also gives you a stack. And that stack that you get doesn't do anything by itself, but you can use it for character talents. For example, for Llama. I mean, I say for example for Llama. Llama's the only one right now. But basically, triggering LUNAR-BLOOM does the exact same thing as triggering Bloom. And the damage, like, a Dendro Core generated by LUNAR-BLOOM does not do LUNAR-BLOOM damage. It just does Bloom damage with the Bloom base damage, the Bloom multipliers, everything for Bloom. It's just that it was generated from the reaction called LUNAR-BLOOM instead of from the reaction called Bloom. And the reaction called LUNAR-BLOOM, on top of generating a Dendro Core, which is the same as Bloom, also give you a stack of Verdant Dew, which is basically a trigger requirement for some of your for the Bloom focused not cry characters. In other words, LUNAR-BLOOM is not a reaction that actually does damage ever. The only way you will ever get LUNAR-BLOOM damage is if the character's kit outright says that it does LUNAR-BLOOM damage. Do I have to mute alerts? Can you guys stop fucking holding off on your subs until I start fucking recording the video? Like, we're like over an hour without anyone subbing, and now you guys are just fucking subbing back to back to back. Like, really? I think the point is to be in the video, but it won't be in the video. The alerts don't go to the fucking VOD. They're not getting recorded. You guys are just distracting me. You're just being annoying. I mean, obviously, I'm not saying if you're subscribing, you're being annoying. That's not what I mean. But, like, if you're intentionally holding off on your sub, like the guy who has gifted anonymously 3 times in the past 2 minutes, please. Like, begging. Anyways, so, before we get into Loma stuff, let's just quickly get through this fucking awful, stupid, worthless character. I know, normal attacks don't do shit. They're just whatever, like, it's okay, she's a Claymore character, cool, whatever. I know skill. It's a dash forward that does damage, that's it. It doesn't do a lot of damage, and the dash doesn't seem to really go very far either. And it doesn't really actually do any real damage. And then the burst, %34% at talent level 9. 34%. This is pathetic. Like, that's pathetic. Anyways, it does hit quite a few times. By default, it's once every 1.5 seconds. But with Mason Gleam, it goes to once every 0.7 seconds. And because she herself gives you a level of moon sign, it basically is always 0.7. I don't actually know. I don't think it's even possible for it not to be 0.7. But anyways. So it's a Hydro hit every 0.7 seconds, 3-hit ICD from what I've been told, from what I understand. So it's about 1 hydro up per 2 seconds. It's fine. AoE doesn't seem very big. You're kind of like, whatever. Okay, cool. Fun. But yeah, it doesn't do a lot of damage. It's pretty bad. Her passive, we've already said, increases the frequency of hits on the burst, and also gives you 60 EM after you burst for your active character. I think this part is like removed in the CN text, so I don't know if it's actually gonna make it to live or not. Maybe, maybe not. Whatever. And then her Ascension 4 increases the burst damage by 50% of her EM. Basically, she's not an attack scaler, she's an EM scaler, but even if you build her full EM, she doesn't do any fucking damage, so it doesn't matter. Constellations gives herself 80 EM when you burst. Whatever. Worthless. Stupid. C2, plus 1 hydro application every 5 seconds during burst. That's alright. It's okay. Fine, I guess. Sure. Whatever. Talent levels don't matter. Restores energy. Now, she has a 50 cost burst, so restoring 10 energy is pretty significant, but like I said earlier, she don't do no fucking damage, right? So having to go ER Sands doesn't matter. So this doesn't actually really help you very much. More talent levels, worthless. And finally, this is actually what she does, okay? Her C6 is pretty much the only thing in her kit that is relevant. Her C6 increases your hydro reactions damage other than vape by 15%. And if you're in Ascendant, right, if you're 2 or more non-crack characters, you get an additional 20%. You're not going to be putting her in, like, normal-ass Bloom or Electrocharge teams. So, you're only going to be putting her in Lunar Charge or Lunar Bloom teams. And she herself is non-cry, and whoever you're playing that is a Lunar Charge carry is going to be non-cry too. So you pretty much always have the full 35. This is just 35 EM multiplier. It's alright. It's fine. Honestly, the biggest thing that's carrying Aino's ass is that her cooldown is 13.5 seconds, which means she fits in rotations shorter than what you can fit for Yelan with her 18-second cooldown burst, or Farina with her 20 cooldown skill. I think so, 21-second cooldown skill, etc. That's pretty much the only thing that's making her not completely worthless. But like what she actually gives is really bad. Anyways, this is not a very good character, but she is gonna see play because of her low cooldowns. Next, let's talk about Flynn's first. Alright, and before we talk about Flynn's, okay, I wanna point this out, okay? 3 years ago, okay? We made up a fake character called Xenon the Xenophobic. Okay? And someone made fan art of this made up character, and this is what it looked like. Okay? This is Flynn's. The character who is getting released in the most xenophobic region to date. User PunnyZZZ is actually the reincarnation of Nostradamus. Like, another concept art. Yeah. Reliable. That's so funny. Anyways, It's actually crazy how, like, if you were to say that this was a real leak, right? Like, you hide the name. Obviously, Xeno and the xenophobic it's too obvious that it's fake, right? But like, if you were to show this image and tell someone this was early Flynn's concept art, they would 100% believe you. 100%. Anyways. Let's talk about Flynn's the xenophobic. So, base stats for Flynn's are pretty normal for carries, right? Fairly high base attack, 352. Fairly high base defense, normal base HP, crit damage ascension. Crit damage ascension is really nice because the signature set for Nullcry is crit rate. So let's very quickly talk about the crit rate set, as well as the other set. So we get 2 new sets in Nullcry in 6.0. The first one, Night of the Sky's Unveiling. 2-piece is 80 EM. 4-piece, when party members trigger moon glare reactions, this is basically just the lunar reactions. If the equipping character is on field, gain the Gleaming Moon Intent effect for 4 seconds. Increase crit rate by 15 or 30, based on the moon phase. If your moon sign is nascent, it's 15. If it's ascendant, it's 30. Basically, if Flynn's is the only non-cry, he gets 15. If you have Flynn's and someone else from non-cry, it's 30. All party members' moon glare reaction damage is increased by 10% for each Gleaming Moon effect that party members have. So basically, this set is also increasing the lunar charge damage of your whole team by 10%. The support set, 2-piece is ER, 4-piece, when dealing elemental damage, not triggering reaction, when dealing elemental damage, increase all parties' EM by 60 or 120 based on the moon phase, right? So 60 if you only have one non-cry character, 120 if you have 2. And you also have 10% team-wide lunar reaction damage bonus. Just in terms of stat value, 20% reaction damage on characters that hover around 600 to 700, which is generally where your non-crit carries are. EM multiplier, right? You get plus 20%. It's the equivalent of almost 120 EM. The carry set itself only gives you 10, and then you get another 10 from the support set. So if you only look at what 10% is, right, it'll be around 60. Right? But basically, this set is giving you 80 EM, the equivalent of another about 60 EM, and 30 crit rate. Which in terms of stats is pretty similar to what you get from Codex, in terms of like total stat value. So at least the carry set, again, right, pretty similar to Codex. The support set, 120 EM. I'd say that 120 EM is generally a little bit worse than 40 damage percent. But it's not reliant on triggering a reaction, so it's easier to trigger it. And also, and more importantly, I think, the Nograi characters, so far, none of them like damage percent. So you can't make use of Cinder City well, right? So it's balanced fairly similarly, maybe even slightly worse than the Nutland artifact sets, but you can't really use them together very well. Anyways, let's keep going with Flynn's. So Flynn's a polearm user, and we are getting, obviously, new craftables in Non-Cry, and the craftable polearm for him is actually kind of insane, right? So it's a medium base attack, 510, attack percent substat. With the effect, electro charge damage is increased by 96%, lunar charge damage is increased by 24. If your moon phase is in ascendant, lunar charge damage increased by an additional 24. So that's 48 added EM multiplier. Which is the equivalent of about 300 EM. That's a lot of fucking stats. That's a lot of fucking stats. Yeah, it's a lot of stats. Ugly though, is it? I don't know, maybe. We also have his signature, but we'll talk about that later. So, Flynn's normal attacks, boring, bad, who cares, move on. Skill. Ancient Rite, Arcane Light. Flynn summons forth the ancient power concealed within his lamp and switches to his Manifest Flame form. This form has the following characteristics. Flynn's normal and charge attacks deal electro damage that cannot be overridden, and he is unable to perform plunging attacks. Why is he unable to perform the plunging attacks? I don't know. For fun, I guess. His elemental skill, Ancient Rite, Arcane Light, is replaced with the special elemental skill, Northland Spearstorm. Northland Spearstorm, Flynn summons a flurry of spears in front, dealing AoE electro damage and causing his elemental burst to be replaced with the special elemental burst for the next 6 seconds. The base cooldown of Northland Spearstorm lasts for 6 seconds and will not be affected by other effects. So, when you enter his skill, right, when you use his skill, just like Chlorinde, right, you have a different set of normal attacks and a different skill that you can use. That skill has a 6-second cooldown, right? That additional skill that you can use, kind of like Chlorine's Lunge, right? It has a 6-second cooldown. And after you use it, you can use a mini burst, kind of like the mini burst you can use on Verissa. Gameplay-wise, he's gonna be very similar to a mix of Chlorine and Verissa, right? You enter a special stance that changes your skill by using skill, and you trigger a condition to get a mini burst during that stance. What are his bursts? Well, the first one, right? Ancient Ritual, Cometh the Night. Flynn's unleashes the true power of his lamp, dealing AoE electro damage, and after a short delay, dealing 3 further instances of AoE electro damage that will be considered lunar charge damage. If you're in Ascendant, if there are thunderclouds nearby, which is basically if you've triggered lunar charge in the past few seconds, Flynn's will deal an additional 2 instances of lunar charge AoE electro damage. At talent level 9, skill initial hit 400, dog shit. Lunar charge damage on the first 3 hits, 44. That's less than a proc of Inefa's passive. Final phase lunar charge, so the additional hits if you have thunderclouds, 220. That is actually quite a bit higher. Here's the thing. It's going to be really difficult to get enough energy to use the big burst and mini burst. And the mini burst is just better. Kind of like Verissa. On top of that, from what I've seen, it's really easy for only one of the damage instances to hit. Because it's like, one of them hits like this, and then the other one hits like this in front of you. So unless the enemy is like big and right in front of you, well, you're probably only hitting with one. But I've also seen footage of both missing. I hope they change this shit. I hope they buff the numbers and make it actually fucking hit the enemies properly. Because I don't like that, just like Verissa. I mean, it's the part of Verissa's kit that I like the least, right? Like, Verissa is my favorite character gameplay-wise. I really like her kit, and I think she's really fun. But the fact that there's never a reason to use the big burst is disappointing. And for now, it seems like there's never a reason to use Flynn's big burst either. There might be a reason to use it at the very start of your first chamber in Abyss, since you're starting with full energy, if it doesn't end up costing you any of your mini bursts afterwards, right? If you have enough energy recharge that you're at least breaking even on energy consumption and generation, then that 70 energy you start with, you might as well use it for something. But that would basically be it. Anyways, after using the special skill, your burst is changed. And the change burst consumes less energy to unleash a special elemental burst. Flynn's deals a single instance of AoE electro damage that is considered lunar charge damage. And if there are thunderclouds, he deals an additional one. First one for 132, right? Which is the same as the default big burst. Right? 44 times 3. Same as 132. And then the second one is 198, which is almost as much as one of the hits from the big burst. Over your 10-second skill duration, you can use the special skill twice, which means you can use the special burst twice as well, for 30 energy each, for a total of 60 energy cost. And that's generally what he does, right? His base gameplay loop is enter skill, use the skill, use the burst, attack for the remaining like 5-ish seconds of skill cooldown, use the special skill again, use the special burst, and then either keep attacking so you can generate more energy, because his energy generation is on electro normal attacks, or swap out because you won't be able to do a third skill anyways. Because your like stance duration is 10 seconds and you can't fit 3 6-second cooldown abilities in there. Ascension passives, right? So, Ascension 1, Symphony of Winter. Lunar Charge reactions triggered by Flynn's deal an additional 20% when he's an Ascendant. His Ascension 4, Whispering Flame. Flynn's EM is increased by 8% of his attack. Maximum increase obtainable this way is 160. This limit is really low, which means that it's pretty much trivial to reach the 2000 attack you need to reach the limit. So this is basically just a passive that says 160 EM. He obviously also has the Lunar Charge passive, the exact same as Inefa. When a party member triggers an Electro Charge, it's converted to Lunar Charge, with every 100 attack that Flynn's has, increasing Lunar Charge base damage up to 14%, capped at 2k again. And it says that it gives one moon sign because he's from Non-Cry. So, what the heck does all of this mean? Well, because he's doing direct Lunar Charge damage from his burst, and because the numbers on the direct Lunar Charge damage, right here, this is 198.8 plus 132, so over 300. And Lunar Charge damage ignores defense, which is basically the equivalent of ×2, and is multiplied by 3, which is another ×3, so that's ×6. And then on top of that, it can benefit from EM multiplier and get increased by this. This is basically all his damage. You are building him pretty much entirely on the premise of maximizing the lunar charge damage from his mini burst, and that's it. The electro normal attacks, compared to the mini burst, do basically nothing, and same for the skill. So that means that, just like in Efa, you don't want damage percent, right? All you want is attack, EM, crit. He has direct EM multiplier upgrade with the 20% damage. He has a bunch more if you go for the craftable weapon, but also his signature weapon also gives you 36. So he basically always gets a bunch more from the weapon. He gets 160 EM from his own kit. He gets 80 EM from the new set. He gets 120 EM from the new support set that you're going to use on someone else on the team to give him 120 EM. And if you have Inefa, he gets 6% of Inefa's attack as EM on top of all of that. Basically, Flynn's ends up with a fuck ton of EM just by existing. And his EM multiplier ends up reaching upwards of like 4 or 5 times. Overall, based on what I've looked at, his teams are heavily reliant on Inefa, because Inefa has personal damage, but also gives you buffs that Flynn's actually likes. And more importantly, Flynn's energy requirements, if he doesn't have a second Electro, are awful. And the second Electro options, other than Inefa, aren't the best for him. Balance-wise, from what I've looked at so far, and again, keep in mind, this is day 1 calc stuff for beta, so massive grain of salt. He looks like in his premium teams, he'll perform fairly similarly to Verissa in her premium teams, right? Which is obviously pretty solid. But he's a lot more reliant on you having the full premium team than Verissa is. He's much more reliant on Inefa than Verissa's reliant on like, I guess, Sugar's Cons or some shit. I don't know. One thing I want to touch on very quickly, though, is a lot of people will hear that and be like, does that mean that if I like Flynn's, I need to get Inefa? Flynn's Constellation one is really good in V1 of beta, to the point where C1 Flynn's without Inefa, from what I've looked at, calcs pretty much exactly the same as C0 Flynn's with Inefa. So if you don't like Inefa, or if you're just not sure yet if you're going to have enough primos to get both, and you don't mind going for cons on characters, holding off for Flynn's and getting Flynn's in C1 will get you pretty much the same team DPS as getting Inefa and then getting Flynn's. So don't feel like you have to get Inefa for him, right? On top of that, the Nogcry mechanics cap out at 2 Nogcry characters. So there's a very real chance that with Columbina's release, Inefa becomes less important in his teams. Obviously, we don't know exactly how that's going to go because we have no real leaks on Columbina, but just keep that in mind. Also, if you don't have Inefa, does Flynn's suck? No. Right, balance around the level of Verissa in premium teams means that even if he loses a lot of damage in his non-premium teams, he's still not bad. The best team I got, was maybe surprisingly for some of you guys, without Inefa was Eon-san. The main reason being you need a second Electro, so you can't really do Bennett or some shit like that. And because Flynn's normal attacks are so dog shit, you can just spend the time in between his skill running around to keep your Night Soul buff. And yeah, the damage percent doesn't do anything, but 30% attack plus 110 flat attack from C6 Yansan is pretty good. These teams, I got their team DPS a little bit under 90k, which is like just barely passing the Hyperbloom check. Right? But it is passing the Hyperbloom check. So it's not completely unplayable. It can still clear content. It's just not amazing. But that's the current Hyperbloom check. And so let's talk about Llama. Oh boy! Yeah. This character is kind of cooked right now. Llama, relatively low base attack, relatively low HP, relatively low defense, EM Ascension, whatever. Dendro Catalyst. Nothing particularly impressive on the normal attacks. She has a special charge attack, but it's an exploration charge attack, kind of like Arlecchino's charge attack. Like the that Arlecchino has. And her normal charge attack is just, it's a normal catalyst charge attack, cost 50, whatever. Skill. The top doesn't matter, you don't use it. But anyways. E. Runo. Dawnless Rest of Karsico. Silently incants an ancient hymn, summoning a peregrination of Linenrata, with different effects depending on whether you tap or hold. Tap, intone a hymn of hunting, dealing AoE dendro damage, and also inflict mental damage upon yourself because you will never do the tap intentionally. If you do the tap, it's because you misclicked and you will mold. Hold can be summoned when you have at least one Verdant Dew. So this is what we were talking about earlier with the Bloom, right? LUNAR-BLOOM gives you Verdant Dew whenever you trigger it. Verdant Dew by itself doesn't do anything, but it's a resource that you can use for some characters, like Llama. Llama consumes all Verdant Dew and intones a Hymn of Eternal Rest, dealing one regular instance of AoE dendro damage and another instance of AoE dendro damage that is considered LUNAR-BLOOM damage. Each Verdant Dew will give her a stack of Moonsong, which is something that makes her burst better, basically. Additionally, when Llama's elemental skill or attacks from Peregrination of Linenrata hit an opponent, that opponent's Dendro and Hydro Res will be decreased for 10 seconds. At talent level 10, that's 25% shred. The scaling on the LUNAR-BLOOM damage is EM scaling, so she double dips into her scaling, right? Kind of like melted or vaped swirls double dip into EM. It's EM scaling on an attack that gets increased by your EM multiplier. It's 442 per Verdant Dew up to 3, so it's a little bit over 1,300. And this is why there's no fucking way it's 2.8. Llama has EM Ascension. The new set gives 80 EM. The new support set gives 120 EM. You would go EM, Sands, and Goblet. The new craftable is 221. Maybe 80 from substats. Alright, very straightforward stuff. If it was 2.8... Wait. I forgot the crit. If it was 2.8, it would mean that without having to build for her, like, without having to change your team for her damage, just like putting her on the team, her hold E would do 420k damage. That's with like no external buffs, no nothing. The 2.8 is not real. Oh yeah, she also gets fucking extra CV from the, yeah, I forgot. That's true. Was 40%. Yeah, 480k. Yeah, it's not real, right? We're not gonna get those numbers. There is no chance that goes live. That goes to live in that state. No way in hell. So I'm certain the 2.8 is just wrong. Anyways, skill is Dendro Obligation every 2 seconds and Shred. And also, when you hold it, it does a decent amount of damage. It doesn't really have real damage over time. Like, technically it has EM scaling on the damage over time. So it's not, like, completely worthless damage. But, like, compared to how fucking insanely high this number is, it's pathetic. Then the burst, which is honestly, like, kind of bait. Like, it's not bad, but compared to the rest of their kit, it does a lot less. Anyways. Elemental burst, Runo! All hearts become the beating moon. Let the wishes of all beings become as moonlight that bathes the earth. Llama incants a sacred song of the far north, gaining 18 stacks of Pale Hymn. Additionally, if Llama uses her elemental burst while she has Moon Song, which, again, is what you get when you hold E, or she gains Moon Song within 15 seconds of using her burst. So basically, if you hold E before burst, and or if you hold E after burst. Actually, no, not and or. Just or. She will consume all Moonsong stacks and gain 6 stacks of Pale Hymn. So, 1 stack of Moonsong per Verdant Dew up to 3 stacks. So that's plus 18 stacks of Pale Hymn. This event can be triggered once per burst. Pale Hymn increases your Bloom reaction damage, right? So, Bloom, Hyperbloom, Burgeon, or LUNAR-BLOOM. But because you only get LUNAR-BLOOM from her hold E, and because the flat damage is added after the EM multiplier, this is basically completely worthless and insignificant. So it's only for the Bloom damage that it really matters, right? So, when you trigger a Bloom reaction, it consumes a stack to increase the damage based on Llama's EM. And it works like a Shenhe Quill, where if you hit 2 enemies, it consumes 2 stacks instead of 1. You get a total of 18 plus 18, so 36 stacks of Pale Hymn. Each stack on a fairly high EM Loma build at 1000 plus is like about 5k-ish more Bloom damage. With added resistance multiplier, it's about 6k more. Without these things, your Blooms are hitting for like 30k in Nilo teams, 40k in Hyperbloom teams. So it's like a 20%-ish, kinda, more or less, upgrade to your bloom damage. It's nice, but it's not like an insane, massive deal. And more importantly, I guess not more importantly, but another thing to keep in mind is because of the limit being 36, it means that in Nilo teams and AoE, it runs out really quickly. Anyways, next, I'll quickly mention this passive. This is the same passive as every other non-cry 5-star, right? It says that you get the lunar version of the reaction, and it increases the lunar reaction's damage by up to 14%, and it's pretty trivial to max it out. And then this one, which is the big one, for the next 20 seconds after Llama uses her skill, she gets a buff in Nascent Gleam. So, just from her being the only non-cry character on the team, Bloom, Hyperbloom, and Burgeon damage dealt by party members can crit with 15 fixed crit rate and 100 fixed crit damage, which is effectively 15% more DPS to your Bloom reaction damage. If you have more than one non-cry character on the team, if you have the Ascendant, on top of this effect, she also gets 10% crit rate and 20% crit damage, but only to her Lunar Bloom damage from the whole D. And technically, she can also get Lunar Bloom damage from cons, but yeah. So this is basically 40 CV for her main source of damage, but it's only personal damage stuff. So it's not necessary if you're doing teams that are focused on Hyperbloom. The next effect is each point of EM increases the damage of her skill by 0.04 up to 32%. But the skill damage, the part of the skill that gets buffed by this, is pretty insignificant. So who cares? And finally, cooldown of her exploration charge attack is reduced based on her EM up to 20%. Cool. I heckin' love exploration. Yeah, this Llama character is looking pretty good. Before we get into any of the like wow pog bloom, I can love, oh my god, I'm blooming stuff, let's take a look at just Hyperbloom. Right, just assuming that all she's providing to the team is the bare minimum stuff she can provide to Hyperbloom. Right? So if you look at current Raiden Hyperbloom, Dragon's Bane, EM main stat, around 140 EM from substats, 80 from 2-piece flop. %, from 4-piece flop. Res multiplier, you generally only have 30 shred from Deepwood. That brings your res multiplier to 1.1. Crit multiplier, things don't crit, so it's just 1. And base damage is 4341, which brings your base bloom damage to around 34k here. How do things change with Loma? Well, we have 25 shred, which changes your resistance multiplier from 1.1 to 1.225. Our crit multiplier is now 1.15, right? Because 15% chance to deal double damage. That's 15% more damage. And she directly buffs your Hyperblooms based on her EM, and she can pretty easily reach over 1,000 EM. Let's say 1,100 for now. Let's just say 1,000. And so your Hyperbloom damage, instead of 34k, with Llama will be 50k. About 50% higher. Now, her application is not quite as good as Nahida's application. The frequency is fairly similar, but the gauge is 1 unit instead of 1.5 unit. This is frame perfect bullshit. And this is maybe this one, somewhat for like realistic stuff. Omega min-max GC Sim stuff has about 50k Hyperbloom DPS. You increase that by about 50%, that's plus 25k to your team DPS. Brings this to 120k. More reasonable assumption stuff here. 46k, that's still plus 23k DPS. Which means we are actually getting some over 100k Hyperbloom DPS teams with realistic assumptions. Thanks to Llama. Now, again, it's difficult to be 100% certain how reaction mapping is going to line up and if you actually will be able to reach that. But I expect it to be at least pretty close. But yeah, Llama is going to basically bring Hyperbloom back. Right? Hyperbloom never like completely fell out of the meta, but it definitely did get to the point where it was like, if you played Hyperbloom, you were accepting that you were going to get worse results than if you were playing your vape teams against Dolpa or some shit like that. And this might help it catch up. But Hyperbloom is not the team that's getting the biggest buff from Llama. The team that's getting the biggest buff from Llama is Nilo teams. Because unlike Hyperbloom teams, Nilo teams tend to have a larger portion of their team DPS coming from the Bloom reaction itself. And the Bloom base damage is lower than Hyperbloom, so the added damage from Nilo's or from Llama's burst is a bit more impactful. Honestly, it's even more difficult to assume to get like realistic assumptions for Nilo without testing. Nilo CALCS are a nightmare. They really are. Thank God for the sim for Nilo stuff. But my like very, very early calcs are giving me stuff that's around 100k DPS on Nilo teams in single target. Which is crazy. That's not supposed to happen. I might have just fucked something up, though. I kind of hope I did, because that's a bit too high for Nilo teams. Even if they want to bring Nilo back, 100k on a Nilo team in single target is... no. No, it shouldn't be. How's Llama enough for Dendro application? You do double Dendro. Unironically, one of the biggest issues is you are going to fucking die in those teams. You will pass away. Okay, you're significantly increasing your bloom damage, but that also means you're taking more. But it's not even that much more that you're taking, because self-bloom damage, I don't know if it'll be able to crit. I don't think so. It doesn't crit with Nahida, but that's because with Nahida, it's not the damage itself that's critting, it's the enemies that get crit, right? Like, the enemies have a debuff that lets bloom damage crit on them. This directly makes the cores crit, so it might be able to cause some self-damage to crit. I also don't know if this additional damage to Hyperbloom will also carry over to self-damage. But the Shred does not carry over to self-damage. So maybe it won't be that bad, but yeah. Anyways, all in all, honestly, Flynn's kit is a little bit disappointing to me because kind of feels like a reused idea from Verissa. I think it'll help a lot if they buff his, like, normal burst and make it actually worth using sometimes. I think that would be really cool. I think it would be really cool to have a character that, like, you can viably consider either playing him with a lot of energy generation or sacrifice the energy generation just for stats. Right, like an optional additional 70 energy cost that would make, like, Electro MC really good or some shit like that. Like, I think that would be really cool design-wise, but because the burst is so bad right now, like the big burst, then you don't want to. So, I don't know. I hope they change that. I know is a joke. And Llama right now is looking fairly strong. I'd say that Llama's optimal teams are looking a little bit stronger than Flynn's optimal teams right now. At least that C0 or 0 investment stuff. But Flynn's C1 is much better than Llama's C1. And I expect Flynn's to benefit more from Columbina because current Llama teams don't use I know. But current Flynn's teams do use I know because all your options suck. So when Columbina comes out, if she is indeed what we expect her to be, which is just Hydro reaction enabler for Lunar stuff, and she's good, then Flynn's team is likely to get a much bigger upgrade than Llama's teams. But maybe Nefer ends up being an actual LUNAR-BLOOM carry. And then the 40% CV from LUNAR-BLOOM actually matters a lot for that. We don't know yet. It's difficult to say. It's difficult to say. I'll talk about it a lot more in the pre-release. I wanted to get this video out as quickly as possible. Remember, while Inefa is good for Flynn's, C1 Flynn's and C0 Flynn's plus Inefa perform very, very similarly. So don't feel like you have to get Inefa if you don't like her. But yeah, and then very quick overview of the rest of the stuff. Flynn's signature, high base attack, crit rate, substat. It gives you 28 crit damage after triggering Lunar Charge, 12 energy once per rotation, and 36 Lunar Charge damage after using Burst. So it's not a very good stat stick for Inefa. It's pretty much only for Flins. So that's cool. Whatever. I've already talked about the free-to-play polearm. Llama Sig EM gets an additional 120 EM from triggering Bloom and dealing skill damage. Sorry, triggering LUNAR-BLOOM and dealing skill damage. And when you have both of the effects, you also increase party member Bloom damage, Hyperbloom damage, Virgin damage, and LUNAR-BLOOM damage. I mean, yeah, it's a signature. It's pretty good. But honestly, the highlight here is these two weapons. The new craftable Catalyst. Same effect as the Flynn's weapon, but for LUNAR-BLOOM instead of Lunar Charge. And it's EM substat, low base attack, which is amazing, right? That's as much EM as what you get from Sackfrag. And on top of that, 48 LUNAR-BLOOM damage, which at the amount of EM that Llama's going to end up at, which is around 1,000. Plus 48%. Is the equivalent of an additional 400 and some EM. So this is basically the equivalent of a 600 EM stat stick. That's a lot of stats. We also get the Lightweaver's Lyre, which is a 405 EM stat stick. It's a bit less than the craftable, but it's Elemental Mastery, which means that it's not just the EM multiplier that gets increased, it's also EM scaling damage, it gets higher EM for it. And also, it's not just for LUNAR-BLOOM. 240 EM is a very good amount of stats. And guess what character is a reaction-focused Catalyst character with really annoying fucking weapon choices right now? Molani. This is 405 EM stat stick for Molani, which is pretty good, actually. This one's an event weapon. Other weapon types? 120 EM, 240 if you got to not cry. Low base attack, ER stat stick. This is basically the exact same shit as this one, right? This one is 285 EM, restore 24 flat energy. This one is 240 EM, 61.3 energy recharge. They basically do the same shit. I don't really understand why they made Flameforge Insight if they were going to make this the next patch, but like, whatever, man. It is what it is. New craftable bow. Exact same thing. It's not really useful for anyone right now, but if you end up playing, I don't know, Elon in an Elo team or some shit like that, most likely this is going to be the Nefer weapon. If Nefer ends up being a LUNAR-BLOOM carry. And finally, we've got the swords. We've got two new swords, one event, one quest sword, one craftable. The quest sword is a lot of burst damage. High base attack, attack substat, 40 damage percent on burst. If your ER requirement, like if your energy cost is 50 or 60, I guess it would also work on 45, but we don't have a 45. If your energy cost is higher than 40, up to 60, so between 41 and 60, you get an additional 32, so that's 72 damage percent. If your energy cost is 40 or lower, so it'll work on 40 costs, but it'll also work on characters that don't have energy like Skirk. Instead, you get an additional 56. So 96 burst damage percent. Insane 4-star stat stick for burst focus Kirk. Leak said Nefer is a catalyst. Cooked. Okay, never mind then. Anyways, insane burst stat stick for burst Kirk. And might be designed for like future burst focused sword characters with low burst cost, like Durin. Who knows? Finally, sword. Low base ER substat. When you trigger an elemental reaction, increase HP by 32%. If you have 2 Nogcry, an additional 32. Now, this is finally an HP weapon for Nilo. So, it's going to be what you want to use in your Nilo teams if you don't go on weapon banners. And it's 32% HP pretty much unconditionally because the condition's really easy. And then the additional 32 is only if you have 2 Nodcry. Now, you want to have Llama, but you don't want to use Ino because that character is complete trash. So right now it's just a 32% HP stat stick, but maybe when Nefer comes out, maybe when Columbina comes out, it'll be a 64% HP stat stick instead. Anyways, that's it for the preview of 6.0 stuff. I'm looking forward to it. As much as I know doesn't look very strong, it is nice to have a character that allows for shorter rotations with your Hydra stuff. I'll also try her out with some non-Cry teams, probably. Other than that, as much as Flynn's kid is kind of boring, I like that his team building feels different because he's a carry that doesn't like damage percent. So it changes what's good. It makes it so that his best Shredder slot by far is Sucrose. And the other ones look pathetic in comparison. It makes it so Farina's pretty bad. Not that she's completely awful. You can play no burst Farina. Use kill every other rotation and it's not bad. But anyways. And then Llama. I don't know what to think about this character yet. It's probably the pre-release I'm looking forward to the most. I wanna see more about her before I make any definitive statements, though. But I'm looking forward to her. Anyways, that's gonna be it. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned a thing or two, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. I'll tell the editors real quick. Recorded, nod, cry, preview, or first look at nod, cry. I didn't even talk about Navidad. Wait, let me put a marker. I don't really want to fucking record more, but editors, maybe you can like have like a like semi-transparent that fades into like the reverse of fading out, right? That fades in of like Navidad Hyperbloom. When I do my conclusion on Loma, or like it's just normal, but then like you slowly have a background of a Navidad Hyperbloom team that like slowly but surely starts appearing. Because I don't want to record more, but I do think the video should mention it. Anyways. Good luck, Sam. Thank you.
곤충은 대개 빛을 따라 움직이는 본능이 있어. 인간도 마찬가지야. 다만 우리는 그 빛을 희망이라고 부르지.
Energy for the dolls? Sure, let's do the dolls. we stare, we pound, we zilch. Ooh, not a good start today. We grill. We frill. That sounds in the way, sorry. Quick punches, jabs, animal with unique stripes. Tiger? Zebra. I don't know.
탐험과 도전이라. 무언가의 삶은 정말 내 취향이야.
Kids. Okay, it's not kids.
신은 늘 하늘 위에 있으니까 종종 내려와서 걷기도 해야 돼.
Habit. Okay, 40-second. Not bad, 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 not bad. Tots.
희망이라고 부르지.
Let's do the Genshin duel. Kaya. It's not Kaya. Mondstadt 1.0. Amber. It's not Amber. Let's try a Mona.
탐험과 도전이라.
So it's a Claymore.
정말 내 취향이야.
Razor. Noelle? Is it a 50-50? Is there another one? There's no Dendro? There's no Animal Claymore. It has to be Noelle. Yeah, okay. Woo! Woo! Hold my hand, please. This wind could blow me away. Is that Nahida? Not. Chi-Chi. Oh, it's Chi-Chi. It's her, like, wait, okay, yeah. Daily ability. That's Kabe, is it not? Oh, it might be Ning, actually. Yeah, it's Ning.
내려와서 걷기도 해야 돼.
Damn, cooked. Broken / healed heart. I don't know, dude. What if it's alloy? I don't. Okay, no. Drink. I don't know. A shield. A shield. Diona? Diona's a drink. Yeah. That. Bald. It's not bald. Destruction released not long after bald. Let's try Don Hung Ill. Destruction from Lofu released not long. Let's try Shui. Dude, what the fuck? Let's try... Who the fuck else is Destruction, man? Jingliu? Daily quote. I wish this universe had a few more things to do.
탐험과
That.
도전이라.
Ability.
무언가의 삶은 정말
That.
내 취향이야.
Emoji. That. Zenlistal. Ban! No. Alright, I am smurfing. Holy shit. Dude, that's real fucking close to 90. It's not 90 though. It's 92. Fuck, 93. Close. Close, close. Any other duels we need to do? Yeah, we need to do the Any Guesser.
신은 늘 하늘 위에 있으니까
It's part of our routine now.
걷기도 해야 돼.
I feel like it's not. Oh. Fuck. Oh. Man. Okay. I'm glad I didn't send a guess on the first one, because I would not have gotten it. What is this? Do I know this? Is that one of the animals from Fruits Basket? Probably not, right? I don't think their grippers would be out in Fruits Basket. That's Kaiju number 8. I don't know. 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 Steam Boy. Okay. Guess the characters. Fuck! I don't know his name! That's Ray? That's fucking Bungo Stray Dog. That's not how you write Bungo Stray Dogs. That's Ray or Ray? I think it's Ray. From Promised Neverland? Is that what he's from? I forgot. I don't remember his name. Could I remember his name? Do I have that in me? Okay, yeah. I saw it in chat. I don't think I would have remembered it. Wrong promise? Oh, fuck, thank you. Promised Beverland. Cheating? That's not cheating. I said Promised Neverland and just wrote Promised and auto-picked. That one's not cheating, in my opinion. Yeah, you're right. That's from, fuck, what's it called again? I know what it's called, but I don't fucking... Like, Drifters, yeah, Drifters. I don't know which one it is, though. Is it Nobunaga? It is? Okay. Easy clap. It's the only one I know in Drifters, so thank God. I don't know the other ones. Alright, cool. Dude, what? Okay, this is from... Is this from Inazuma 11? It looks like a character from Inazuma 11. But I don't fucking know. I haven't watched that shit. This kind of looks like a design from Black Clover. But I do not recognize it at all. Looks like Wait, you're so right, that's Mashal! Fuck, you're so right, that is Mashal! That's 100% Mashal. It's not? Wait, what? Wait. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, what is it then? Undead Girl Murder Face. Oh, yeah, no, I don't think I would have gotten that one. Alright. We got fucking sound settings. Change this shit. Oh my god. Change it so that it doesn't go to the VOD, so we don't get DMCA struck. Alright, bet. That's Noragami, is it? I wouldn't have recognized it from the music, but I definitely recognize it from the... Yeah. I didn't remember it sounded like that. Huh. Don't know. Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't have recognized the song.
신은 늘 하늘 위에 있으니까 종종 내려와서 걷기도 해야 돼.
No clue. What the fuck is this?
탐험과 도전이라. 무언가의 삶을
What are these face designs, man? Clearly Baki. Knockoff Evangelion? Yeah. Dragon Drive? I never would have guessed that. No way I ever guessed that. Alright, let's do the Anidol. Okay, let's try action fantasy, not adventure. Tokyo Ghoul wouldn't be fantasy, right? I don't think they count that stuff as fantasy. AOT? Lower than 8.0. No shot. Or no Seraph, maybe. Dude, are you cheating? Did you already do the Anidol for the day? Cause like, how?
곤충은 대개 빛을 따라 움직이는 본능이 있어. 인간도
It's banned on my IP. Oh, I see.
빛을 희망이
Well, I guess you didn't then. Did we do it yesterday? I don't think we did. We can do yesterday's Anidol. Replay previous days. Yeah, we haven't done it in a few days, huh? I feel like this should be easy. Lane? Is this Lane? Bet. I have a feeling this is probably Devilman,
신은 늘 하늘 위에 있으니까 종종 내려와서 걷기도 해야 돼.
but I'm not sure. I'm not confident. I'll reveal the next one. That is not Devilman. That is clearly not Devilman. What is this? Redo of is it redo of Healer? I see. I feel like even the fucking title card of redo of Healer might be not safe for work. Okay, no, it's fine.
도전이라.
I can show it.
삶은 정말 내
Alright,
삶이야.
but what the fuck is that, dude? God's games we play? I never would have guessed that. I'm gonna accept my loss. What's her name again? Who the hell is this? Is it Urza? It's Urza, right? Urza Scarlet, I think. Okay, I know this is not it, but he kind of looks Like the MC from Gate without the nose. Okay. What's his name again? Iris? Is it just Iris? Iris? Or is there Orochimaru? This can't be Orochimaru. There's no way.
모험가의 삶은 정말 내 취향이야.
It is? No way. No way. If it is, I will... who said it first? Are they subbed?
곤충은 대개 빛을
Hopeful. They're not subbed.
인간도 마찬가지야. 다만
If it is, I'll give you a sub. If it's not, I'll ban you. I bet. Gift a sub. Oh my god, dude. Why is there so much fucking tax on gifting subs? Jesus Christ.
탐험과 도전이라.
Oh my god, thanks for the sub. That's crazy.
모험가의 삶은 정말 내 취향이야.
I mean, that's a Blue Lock character. I don't know the rest. Ah. Right. Is it the Anidol as well? Baki. Naruto. Ooh. Okay. We're in an interesting territory here. Drama between 8 and 9 after 2011. No suspense, no sci-fi. Maybe romance between 8 and 9. No fantasy either. ReZero? No. Can't be ReZero. Monster? Monster would probably have psychological as a theme and suspense as a genre. Fruits Basket? If it's Fruits Basket, I'm going to shoot myself in game, dude. Okay, thank God.
신은 늘 하늘 위에 있으니까 종종 내려와서 걷기도 해야 돼.
Okay. It's like 8.1. Released between 2011 and 2018.
도전이라.
Kaguya-sama? Dude, if Kaguya-sama was rated below Fruits Basket, it would not be a good look. Okay? Probably an original. Domestic girlfriend? I don't even know what domestic girlfriend is. Oh, it's not romance. Are you an idiot? 6.6? I'm just gonna fucking skip the first clue. I don't know what this is. Any knowers? Music anime? Euphonium. Huh. Yeah, I've never heard of this before. Let's skip the openings and do all of them at once at the end, so we don't have to fucking keep pausing the music. We have 6 days to catch up on. Dude, what is this generic ass bullshit? No clue. Is the quintuplets one? I never would have guessed. I'm taking the L. I never would have guessed it was that. Toradora? That's Tora. No. What? It's Okami-san? I don't... Dude, okay. I'm taking the L on this one, too. I don't know this, but that looks good. That looks like a banger show. Ancient Magus Bride, there's no shot it's that. That's not what it looks like. It's not Ancient Magus Bride. It's not. Stop. I know it's not. Girl from the Other Side. Yeah, you are right, but I never would have guessed, so I'm taking the L. Wow, that's a 0. Fuck. Bad start. I don't remember its name, dude. It's been so long since I fucking read Parasite. Maybe its name is Parasite? No. Oh, Migi! Yeah, okay. Oh, that's Howl? What the fuck? I did not recognize Howl. What the fuck? That's Kakegurui, but I don't know which one it is. This has to be Yoshi fucking pedal thing. Yowamushi pedal. I don't know the other ones. Blue Exorcist? Yeah, no, okay. I don't know any of these. Yeah, okay, sure. I'll take that L. I'll take that L. Oh, action, adventure, fantasy. Less than 8. Action, adventure, fantasy, video game, light novel, after Sword Art Online.
인간도 마찬가지야. 다만 우리는 그 빛을 희망이라고 부르지.
ReZero? I don't think ReZero's below 8. No Game, No Life? Was that after Sword Art Online? Overlord? Does Overlord really count as action? I feel like it doesn't. Spider one? I kind of like that guess. No. Oh! Spider's 2021? Really? I feel like Overlord shouldn't be counted as action. There's no action in Overlord, man. Okay. 7.9 exactly. Log Horizon? Surely Log Horizon before Sword Art Online. Or, sorry, after Sword Art Online.
신은 늘 하늘
It's not Isekai.
종종 내려와서 걷기도 해야 돼.
Dude, what? Wasn't No Game No Life 2024? But that's Isekai, is it not? Bofuri? Bofuri is not before 2015. Fate? I don't think Fate would be theme video game. It would be source, like visual novel or some shit. Maybe it is No Game No Life, but I feel like it can't be. Yeah, no, okay. 2013?
탐험과 도전이라.
Dude, what is it, actually?
취향이야.
It's not an Isekai, so I don't know it. There's no shot Log Horizon was after Sword Art Online. It was?! What?! Since when?! Okay, also, what do you mean it's not an Isekai? Like, what? Whatever, man. They forgot the isekai tag, so I didn't know what it was. We had this exact picture before, but I don't remember what it is.
곤충은 대개 빛을 따라 움직이는 본능이 있어.
Guilty Crown. I wouldn't have remembered it. I'm gonna be fully real with you. I'm taking the L on it.
그러지?
That's Cautious Hero. We also had this picture before. Wait, did I do this one? We've had all three of these before. That's the mom in one of the isekais. But I don't remember which one. Oh, yeah. I know it's not the fist, but whatever. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've done this one before, chat. Yeah. Yeah, we've done it. We've done it. 100%. But it's fine. I will do it again. This one was not from Baki, by the way. This was from something else. Inuyashiki, was it?
늘 하늘 위에 있으니까 종종 내려와서 걷기도 해야 돼.
Yo. Right, Tatsu. That's his name. Yeah, that's from Danganronpa, but... Baki. Naruto. Why do I keep guessing Naruto? I know it's not manga. Whatever. Action, but not adventure or fantasy. Let's try some, like, Tokyo Ghoul. No, it's not manga. Tokyo Ghoul is manga. Let's try... Science Gate, it's less than 8, though. 3-0, less than 8. Overlord? Overlord. But I think they do classify Overlord as, yeah, adventure fantasy. Not a light novel. God of High School, but before 2015. You know what? I don't really want to do the Anidol. I'll just do the guest anime and the characters.
탐험과 도전이라.
I don't know what this is.
모험가의 삶은 정말 내 취향이야.
That's tits. Yeah, I don't know what this is. It was Haganai. I don't have many friends. Have we done this one too? Yeah, okay, we've done these. Whatever. That's enough of that. Alright, chat, that's gonna be it for today. I hope you had a good time. Hope you enjoyed your stay today. Pretty long stream. Tomorrow we'll do some more TC stuff. Let's... Where's Jake? What is bro doing? Why is bro balding this much? What the heck? Nice. Everyone gonna say hi. Bye-bye!